Peace and Pan-Africanism, y'all. Peace and power to the people. What up? What up? My name is Brother Legend. If you're joining us on YouTube, like, share, subscribe, and comment. Let us know that you're getting something out of the video. Let the algorithm know that you're getting some value. Join us on TikTok, BIGBROLGND. If you tap the bell icon in the top right of my profile, you'll know when we're going live. I post all of my replays here on YouTube. What's going on, y'all? Also, follow me on Twitter, BIGBROLGND. That's my Twitter handle. Posting videos, spreading Pan African consciousness, propaganda for the brothers and sisters. Them. What up, y'all? Today, got some questions up here, some things to talk about. I want to hear some of y'all speak on it. Does pro-Palestine equal pro-us? You know what I'm saying? That's something that's for us or not. Can non-black people be pro-black, and can interracial marriage benefit the community? Let's talk about it. It's a shame that on TikTok I feel like I have to avoid saying the name of my people because the algorithm doesn't, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, right? Because I'm supposed to feel protected by the algorithm, not like censored. You know what I'm saying? Right? It's supposed to protect us, right? Like, I'm just saying. Anyway, what's going on? We're gonna give out grades today. We got questions up here so that we can give y'all grades. Thanks for stopping through, tapping like. We've been having some pretty productive discussions. Going to be up here for a good time, maybe not the longest time. Got kind of a late start than I wanted, but the ancestors' concept of time. We just believe things happen when they're supposed to. Some of y'all will be surprised to learn that CPT is a concept that our ancestors believed in too. If you want to know more about that, look up Bantu philosophy. CPT. Things happen when they're supposed to happen. Always right on time. Time as we know it, being late, things like that are Eurocentric. Big Ben, that big clock in London, will tell you when you're late. But the ancestors didn't believe future. They didn't believe in distant future. They believed only in the immediate future. They didn't believe in should, would, or could either. The past was time. The present was making time, and the immediate future was what we were operating in. So that's the thing. I'm still learning more about that. It's Bantu philosophy. Bantu philosophy gets really deep too. Talks about how God is the creator in the earth. It gets real deep. But anyway, I think book recommendations. Yes, there is a book I can recommend on Bantu philosophy. Just a moment while I get the title. You know me, always got a book. Like, what's that TikTok? This is a TikTok chef. He always said, "Always got a bev. Come on, stop playing with me." At the end of his videos, always got a bev. Come on, stop playing with me. That's me. Should, could, and would are traps we mentally get stuck in. That's right. Absolutely. Africans believe things happened or they didn't. They don't believe. And you can actually, if you want to learn about that through entertainment, you can watch. Was it Amistad? Which movie is the one that says "Give us free"? You know, Sinke, when he says "Give us free." I forgot the name of that. I forgot the name of that. Bantu philosophy. I'm gonna have to put the book in the. I'm gonna have to put the book in the philosophy in an African place. No, Bantu philosophy. There's many books on Bantu philosophy, but there's a specific scholar. I'm gonna have to put it in the Discord. I don't want to derail the live, but if you Google Bantu philosophy, there's many like little lectures. I learned mine from a lecture. I didn't get too far into the reading yet. That was Amistad, right? Yeah, Amistad. He says, "Give us free," and then he said, I forgot what he said. They were doing something with the trial, and he said that if they win, they would be free. And he just kept saying, like, "Are we free or are we not?" And he's like, "No, well, you could be free." He's like, "We don't do could or would. We're either free or we're not." Like, and that's Bantu philosophy. The way that they look at time. Philosophy encompasses, different beliefs. So, belief in time, how they see God, how they see themselves. Energy, that's a big one. If you want to look up negritude, that's negritude is a francophone African movement that ties into Bantu philosophy. I mean, I would say it's the child of Bantu philosophy. It incorporates it, and basically, it's the belief that, well, spiritually, and when it comes to God and whatnot, the more powerful forces are not the same as the weaker forces, but powerful forces do enact and control weaker forces. So it's to say um we're gods in our own way, that we can enact our will onto smaller forces, and we're not a copy, we're not an exact replica of God. We are our own version of that piece of godliness. I don't know if I'm making sense. It gets deep. It gets deep. I'm gonna let my but yeah, so I'm gonna post some resources in the Discord for Bantu philosophy for those that want to learn more, because that's the thing about I've learned about re-Africanizing. Um, the more you know the ingredients of Pan-Africanism, the more you know the ingredients of what our ancestors believe in and why they did the things they did, um, the more like everything starts to make sense when you learn them, as opposed to learning things and then just blindly applying that to your life and not knowing the ingredients. Like what is the cause of that? You got to know the ingredients of the culture. You know what I'm saying? So Bantu philosophy helps you understand Black people through time. Like it helps you understand why we do the things we do today, yesterday, tomorrow, all of that. You know what I'm saying? Right. Yeah. Someone said the mindset. That's right. Yeah. Peace and blessings, JD. Appreciate you coming through. Um, yeah, the spiritual aspects of aspects is where it's at for me too. Because Bantu philosophy gets really deep, but um, there's no one uniform spirituality for all of Africa. Even Africans will say there's no such thing as African spirituality. There's African spiritual practices, but there's not just one African spirituality. And Bantu philosophy is cool because it basically puts together the commonalities between the indigenous spiritual practices and philosophies of people. So it's really cool. Like what they all have in common, like what they were all kind of, same way you can look at Islam and Christianity and you can see like, okay, y'all all believe in Moses, like, okay, so y'all trying to say something about Moses. He was kind of the man. Y'all have these things in common. You all, you know all kind of patriarchal, stuff like that. But anyway, let's get to the live. Pro-Palestine, does it equal pro-black? Is it the same thing? Do Palestinian people give a damn about the community? Do they give a damn? I don't think so. I do not think so. I think everyone gives a damn about our community when they feel like they're being treated the same way we're being treated, and then they decide they want to call out to us to increase the numbers in their support, but they don't give a damn about us in their free time. And Palestine has shown that time and time again. When it comes to the situation in the Middle East, as a brother that is more focused on building within my community for my future generations, I would say that my stance in what's going on in the Middle East is anti-colonialism, anti-imperialism. That is all. Who, whoever's oppressed by who oppresses me, I wish them the best. Is that something that I'm going to focus on? No, I would rather dismantle worldwide oppression at home first, because Palestinian people are only oppressed in Palestine. When someone sees a Palestinian person walking down the street, do they grab their purse? You know, when a Palestinian walks into an elevator with you, do you move to the corner of the elevator and hold your purse real tight? You know what I'm saying? When a Palestinian woman is giving birth, is she 3 to 6 times more likely to be unalived because the doctor doesn't see her all the way as human? Um, you see what I'm saying? Are Palestinian children being vilified in our school systems and not taught their history? I guess maybe a little bit. Yeah, I think some of that goes on. I guess. I don't know. I mean, have they been stripped of their understanding of their customs and their cultures? I mean, you know, when did you know? First of all, in America, they're already considered YT. That's happened a while ago. So just saying, and that was before desegregation. So even when things were segregated, they were already considered YT. Um, you know, we can talk about it. Sister D, you mind doing this reset, and then we'll go to the first guest.
Holy Spirit, activate. All right, y'all ready? It's time. Yeah. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 Holy Spirit, activate. Hello. Hello. And welcome to Brother Legends Live. Guys, you are in Brother Legends Live. I need you guys to tap that screen. Tap, tap, tap. Tap that screen to 10K. What are you waiting for? Tap that screen like I was tapping that last night. I need you guys to tune in, tap up, and share the live. Make sure you share the live with your friends, your frenemies. Include your enemies. We'll take them all. Now, at the end of the day, tap the screen, share the live, but don't forget to subscribe to Brother Legends Live, again, here and on YouTube. But most importantly, make sure you join the Discord with b1initiative.org, where you'll be educated, elevated, and there's a little bit of segregated, but that works for us. Oh my God. But at the end of the day, you guys, tap up, power tap, tune in, send the pause when you see a problem, and make sure you gift your host. All right, y'all, until we meet again, tap that screen.
Appreciate you, D. All right, y'all. Thanks for tapping the screen. Thanks for getting us to 10K. We're gonna keep the live rolling. Lewis, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
What's up, man? This is Lewis. My name is DJ TL Styles. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm about 47 years old. I've been in the music industry, film industry for years, behind a lot of big things. My godfather was legendary in this industry, wrote a lot of major hits wrote a lot of big hits. But I just, why I was,
What's your race?
I'm 100% African American. No,
All
that's
right.
I'm 100% black because I'm not. Let's not say black. Let's say I'm a color person because I don't like saying black because that kind of like to me identifies. And when we say African American, we don't have that component because I didn't really live in Africa and I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't have the information all the way down for Africa, but I do love my brothers out all over the world. All melon people, I do give love to them, and I know what they go through because I go through it all the time as being a black man, and color people of color around this.
Yeah. The thing with the colored thing is it's worse than black because you're centering your identity based on your proximity or lack thereof to whiteness. What I'm saying is, if you call yourself colored, that means the default is non-colored. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's true too. You're right, and that's another problem we have in the United States too. Is like when we're helping aid, when you say you're a person of color, most of the time in the last 10 years, I noticed that a lot of people of color don't get assistance from the government. So I mean, we can reach on so many different things. So I really think we can call ourselves Musa Moors, or we can really call ourselves Ethiopians if we
We
want
can
to.
call ourselves African.
Yeah, African. Yeah, we
I
can say
mean,
African.
that's enough for me.
You're right.
Then no one
Eh,
said you had to be on the continent to be an African. When an
Right.
Asian person moved to the United States, they've been here since they was building railroads. They still an Asian person. They ain't never
Well,
been Asian one day in their life. You look at them, call them Asian.
I don't want to disrespect, but I say that's why I went back to Ethiopian. Maybe Ethiopian because I don't want to disrespect my brothers from Africa and say that I'm from Africa and they don't have no
That ain't
knowledge.
no disrespect. They know you African, and
Okay.
that's what I'm saying about Asians. No Asian has to worry about disrespecting Asia when they call themselves Asian, no matter how long and they parents done been in this country. uh, being of a continental identity means that you have a shared land, history, and culture going back thousands of years. America's only been a country for less than 300 years. So that being the case, we ain't been here long enough to call ourselves anything but African.
Right. And that's true. I'll look at this picture behind you, and I see my man, which is very huge, and you was talking about the Palestinian. That brings up a very huge challenge that I can't. And this is something that I think every white T people and most of all the people on here would know. Traveling in black man's shoes and black people's shoes is a hard shoe for any other race because you don't know until you actually get a chance to really put melanin on you and walk around and see how the dispoise of disrespect that you get from being here in America or around the world, being a person of melanin, highly melanin color.
Mm.
So I'll say that highly melanin colored. So when you said that, you said, do the Palestinians take that same existence here in the United States? I would say no. I think that they would not, or else they acknowledge themselves as that because they still have ability to kind of like what I call hide. And I talk about this a lot of time, hide. Just like when we talk about and I don't like talking hard about the LBG community, but a white Caucasian LBG community, if he's a LGBTG, he doesn't have to let everyone know, so no one won't even attack him. He can be fit in and go anywhere. I will tell you those story. I had this happen to me about 15 months ago. Well, I'll say about 3 years ago. Let's say exactly three. I was in a Family Dollar store buying some stuff, and this one LBG guy came out yelling, trying to complete. And it was basically dominant white folks and a couple of black folks was in the store, and he was saying, I'm going through hell, man, because I'm part of the LBG community. And he kept ratting on. I'm in line. He kept ratting on to the cashier and kept ratting on. Then he pointed at me and said, man, I'm just like that black man there. Everywhere you see him, he's already judged because he's black. So I stopped and looked at him and I said, hold on. I said, if you didn't tell nobody and notify nobody that you were LGBT community, you accepting in like you're whitey. You accepting in society. I can't be accepted in society because every time they look at me, they already have enough information, knowing that I'm what I am. You, when you talk about your preference, it's a hidden thing. Nobody don't know if you don't say it. Am I right?
Um, yeah, I'm trying to understand the point.
Well, what I'm trying to say, the point, and that's what I said, went back to this. If they don't know if they're Palestinian, and if they walk around, and most Caucasians and people, they would never even identify them as that until they identify them and tell them they're Palestinian. You see what I'm saying? They have to be identified. But the difference between the urban community like us, they already make that assumption because they already see us. They say, "Hey, you're black," point blank. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
If you look at a regular Palestinian, let's say I stay here in Atlanta. There's a lot of Palestinians here. If they don't tell me they're Palestinian, I don't know they're Palestinian. You understand what I'm saying by that? I would put them right in the
Hmm.
mix with the rest of the Caucasians and the rest of them and say that they all the same. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Hmm.
Am I making a
And
point there?
yeah, but I'm not understanding what is not them not being able to be like. What do you mean? Tell the
So
difference
what you were
between them
trying
and
to
what?
say, do they experience the bigotry and the racism? What you were saying early, do they experience? They wouldn't experience it if they don't. If no one doesn't know it, they have to
Mm.
experience once they tell themselves and let them know who they are for them to experience it.
Even then, they don't experience it
Right.
unless
Yeah.
they in
That's true.
Palestine.
Yeah. In Palestine, they will
Because no
fear.
one, the only reason they being persecuted is because them people want their land. They
Mm,
want the land, Palestine. They want where them people are located. They want them gone. That's the
mm-hmm.
only reason they being persecuted. We are persecuted worldwide. They don't just want Africa. They want our bodies. They want our labor. They want our minds. They want our talent. They want everything from us. We validate the existence of white supremacy. We validate their existence so that as long as we exist, no matter how low they go, at least they ain't one of us.
And
That's what they want
what
from
you say
us.
that, and I hate to say that, that is kind of a fact what you're saying. I'm gonna tell you why. Just like someone said, Latinos and all that. If they don't acknowledge what they are, if they say they're black, they have to identify to what they are to be treated into a subject. When it comes to urban black people, like I said, with people with melanin, we already get that contact first. We already put an example of being criminals. We already put an example. If someone's walking, a woman's walking with a purse, and she holds her purse tight to her. I'm just going to give y'all the
Mm.
understanding. That's what I'm saying. Because our society has built a European manufacturing, what I call a European box, that make anyone that's dark into the enemy of the state. So that's what I'm saying. That's what we have to experience. We have to experience this everywhere. And it's just nature. Now, some people say white people are not racist. And I say you're not, but your mind and condition has been taught that way to be racist because that's the system. So the system itself teaches even us to be racist to each other. So I'm not lying about this, and this is the true fact. Even when you're not
Yeah,
African
I
or
hear
Latino,
you. It's just it sounds to me like you might have a lot of black people think because they experience racism that they don't have to learn about it. I feel what you're saying. It's just I feel like it's coming from an anecdotal point of view because inherently that group of people is racist. It is inherent. Like you said, they do learn it, but they learn it before the age of 3.
right? It's
There's been
systematic. You're right. You're right. That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
It's system. The system itself teaches that. Now,
Mhm.
like I listen to a lot of people on live, and I hear a lot of it, and it is a fact. When the system is built to us, and when you say black people, can black people be racist and be bigots? I say yes, black people can be bigots, but I say racism not. There's not one law across this world that where black people have done anything to white people where we can torture them, did anything, and we actually benefit from it at all.
Not only that, we don't do it because they're of their membership to a different race or social class. We do it because of the merit, the work that they have put in to unaliven our bodies and our ancestors' work, and to this day, what our communities have suffered because of their group. So there's a difference between racism and retaliation.
You're right, 100%. I'm glad you said that. I like that. I love how you said that. That's right. That is so
Hmm.
true. That is so true.
Yeah.
And that's just my, your take. And I think so. I'm not knocking you. I think a lot of things you're saying is basically is a fact and true. But as far as people, a lot of people say, "Well, I don't experience. I have a black brother, sister, and they have all kinds of different men." Everybody said they're people. But I keep explaining to them in the European situation, the system itself. When you talk about America, where I am actually in, it's always going to be set up that way until white tea people decide to make these changes. They have to fight this challenge and make these changes. It's not going to be us to do it, black people, melon people. It takes the white people to do it. They have to get together and force these people to stop doing this and enforce the system. And that's the true fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The problem is the system. As
Are we
long as
going
the
to do it?
system,
That's the question mark we have to look at. So we have to understand. But as far as the system itself, like I said, it is built off of systemism and racism, and we got to understand that systemism and racism is a powerful thing. They make billions of dollars off of it. They make a lot of money off it, all kinds of ways. So when you're talking about the way this world is capable, money is the power, and anytime the money going, they're gonna go with it. I mean, I hate to say that, and they don't mind the casualties that go on through it. Now, I would give my ancestors, my brothers and sisters, ancestors from the past who gave up everything. They gave up their gift. So I didn't have to experience some of the bad things that they had to experience coming up as a 3/5 of man. But I'll say this. The problem is with us now, we got to learn how to keep pushing that torch and keep fighting for better, because those folks gave up everything for us to be able to do little bit things to be able to fight it and to help make changes on it. So I think our fight is always going to keep going. We have to keep pushing this ledger and keep getting everybody to understand that we have to be treated equal. It's not that we want to be treated equal. No, we have to be treated equally, and we have to have the equal opportunities. That's where we need to be as American people.
I don't consider myself an American person, but I hear what you're saying.
Well,
Um,
I got you on that, but the reason why I say that is we're the 3% of the world. We're the place where they can actually be done, because in the past, that's where all things was actually done, was coming out of America. And all the foreigners around the world, when you talk about Palestine, you talk about all these places, they know that our people laid down their life and gave up everything for change, and we're the ones that force the change for all over the world. We're the ones that have to be responsible for that, because we have the power to do it, because our ancestors laid down their souls. So that's what I want to not ever to step over them, because I really believe that they did everything they can, and we need to hold them up. So as far as us as people, now I'm talking about us as black people or whatever people we want to say, we all have to keep pushing this narrative. We have to keep pushing the history, making sure it's not, push it for what it is, but also push that we're trying to change and make sure we get our justice and our freedom in the way we need to get it. And also to help liberate the rest of the world too at the same time.
that's interesting. Um, that's interesting. Um, I would say we're not in control of that change, and I think we're wasting our energy trying to make that change happen. I think instead, in the words of Stokely Carmichael, the the man who coined the term Black Power, I would say the price of liberty is death. So if we're gonna do that, what you talking about, and be about that change, um, someone's got to go. But I also wouldn't say that we're gonna change the hearts of people by marching in the street and all that other stuff.
I'm not
I don't
talking
think we're gonna change them.
about marching in the streets and throwing up fences. No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about doing, basically getting ourselves, putting ourselves in positions where we get to the point to get in the house and get in places to change the laws. We can put ourselves in positions now to get.
But see, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying about. I feel like what you're saying. You leaning heavily into America. I don't want to change none of their laws. I don't give a damn about their laws. To be honest, I'm trying to get us to stop giving so much of a damn about their laws. They ain't write their laws for us. They laws don't. And you said something earlier about our ancestors were 3/5 of a man, but I would say our ancestors wasn't men. If our ancestors was men, when they wrote down all men are created equal, our ancestors would have been free. we would have been equal a long time ago. They wasn't thinking about us when they wrote all men are created equal. And would you rather be considered by the law 3/5 of a person, or would you rather 1 in 3 of us be put in jail at some point in our lifetime? 1 in 5 of us incarcerated. Like 4/5 of us are free. Yeah. So, and so it's like, would you rather be 3/5 of a man, or 1/5 of y'all, or a part of 4/5 that are free? Like it's the same game being played. We keep trying to change laws, but as long as those in power got the ability to wield that power in a way that helps their people survive in their minds. Do you know about Dr. Francis Cress Welsing? Do you know the reason why racism exists?
I've heard a lot of stories of willow chips so they can keep control and power over us, but I like to hear you'll take it. It's always good to learn and hear something different. So I love to hear it. I'll sit down and listen.
It's not that they're trying to just keep control and power over us. It's that they have to keep power and control over non-white people in order to survive. Because and I'm gonna use genetic terms, not race terms. In genetics, there's such thing as recessive and dominant traits. There are recessive and dominant traits. So that just means there are certain people that have traits that are original, and certain people that have traits that come from that original. So there's recessive and dominant. So, for example, the color black, is a mixture of all the colors. If I were to filter out the color black to get the color red, it's possible. Filter out it to get brown, that's possible. Anything can come from the color red. So there's recessive and dominant. That being the case, those with the least melanin can be, I don't want to say wiped, but can disappear. Those with the least melanin can disappear or be deleted by those with the most melanin. If those with the most melanin did the same thing that those with the least melanin have did to our mothers and our grandmothers, our ancestors, if we did that same thing today, women, which is part of the reason why things like Jonathan Majors happens, things like Emmett Till, certain things. There's always been a fear that we would do to them what they have done to our women. And in no time in history was part of public unalivings of people did it, like, no time in history, no matter what, no colored people in history have ever snipped the gems off a man as they unalived them publicly. That was never a part of anywhere else. The only place that only people that have done that have been Europeans for one reason. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing goes into depth with this topic. She's a clinical psychologist. I would encourage you to read her book or look her up on YouTube. Her book is called The ISIS Papers, but it piggybacks off the work of Dr. Neely Fuller, who I quoted earlier when I said retaliation. Basically, uh, they're afraid of a world that doesn't look like them someday. That's why they keep mentioning the browning of America like it's such a bad thing. They are afraid that if everyone got along and they didn't have control to divide us, that everybody would go back to the original color of human beings for over hundreds of thousands of years.
That's a fact. That's a fact. I've heard it, and I've heard it from them too. Yes, that has been said. They're in this country, and that's why we think the bigotry is really high now, and more. I mean, not high, but the reason why it's going is because they're afraid of that. That is, but also there's also two other types that's going on too, where some of these folks actually want melon because they want to be able to be more in the sunlight to do the tanning thing. So it's a lot of mixture of stuff, but what you're saying is a fact. I mean, it's not a lie.
She brings that up too.
That's not making that up at all. None of the stuff is made up. This is a very touchy issue when you get into this issue. But the thing is, all people, like I tell them, even white tea people, they need to get in conversations in here and talk and try to get an understanding and try to understand what is really going on here and why the people feel the way and why people are doing the things that they do. Now, like I tell anybody, I don't care whether you want to cry or not, when you're a black person, a person, whatever, when you say melon, and you driving out at nighttime and the cops pull you over, you just hoping that you get home, because there's a lot of ability times between that. And I tell everybody, we have experienced losing our lives behind that just because someone is uncomfortable, because what the system, so I go right back to the racism system that's been put in play, it forces us into an uncomfortable situation. So now the cops, the difference between a white tea person getting pulled by a white officer, he'll get out of his car and tell him off and say, hey, you don't need to stop me. He's not worried about losing his life. This is something that I want to get people to understand. Our situation comes down where it's always put in our position where we can almost lose our life. So, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and move. I know there's got some other people on the panel. I know they probably want to talk. So I'm going to let them go ahead and bring into their thing.
All right, appreciate you.
All right.
Afro Prince, give us your age, race, and pronouns.
Age 28, race, black, so-called, and then pronouns he, him, and whatever else goes with that. So to add on to what's his name, Lewis. Unfortunately, well, fortunately for me, but unfortunately, when you talk about you want them to try to get along in this conversation and get to this understanding, and then you bring up police brutality and the experience that we have. I literally just left from seeing American Fiction, and I'm not trying to ruin the movie, so I'll say this in a very general manner. There is an episode that happens that is very relative and real in a black man's life when you deal with Leos and law enforcement. And they put the scene in there, and what you expect to happen with the Leos happens. Now, in the scene, remind you, I went to like a part of my city where there's supposed to be diversity and where white people live. So I went to go see the movie because it was only out in select theaters. I have the right to travel, I have the freedom to travel. So I go up there, go see the movie. So remind you, I'm in a theater that is majority of white people. Now, when the movie starts, you think that I'm like, okay, well, these people are probably intellectuals. I'm still trying to figure out why they're going to watch the movie in the first place, but they're going to watch the movie. So in the scene, going back to the scene, just to pull a point together, the older white man, probably one of the oldest white people in this room, when the Leos come in and they're firearm and trigger happy, and what you expect to happen to a black man in these stories happen, the white man laughs, like hysterically. Now, in my mind, because I've unfortunately had these episodes, I have been blessed by God to stay on this earth and not have been hit at these obstacles. I haven't had to go to the finish line, but I've been to the point to where they've aimed them at me. I don't find this scene funny. I find this scene very triggering. So when you say, going regards to Lewis, that they need to be a part of this conversation, I'm sitting in a room, we're watching the movie that talks about all these issues, and yet there is an older white man who's probably anywhere between the ages of my mother and my grandmother hysterically laughing at this scene, which is very traumatic to me. So when you say these things about, like, if I feels that how much grace are we going to give them versus really being prepared for what the reality is. Going back to even where Brother Legend mentions that they keep talking about browning America. That they're consumed with color instead of being consumed with the supposed ideology of being American and we're all created equal, and going back to that thing. So it's like, when are we going to start focusing, which is why us as Pan-Africans believe that we are supposed to focus on our individual success. Not saying that we believe in humanity. We keep telling people this all the time. We're not inhumane people. Just like what happens in all the crises in the world, we support that. We don't want nothing to happen to human beings. We're trying to get our people to stop being putting all their eggs in a basket when we ain't even got a basket of our own. Like I need us to really focus on the fact that we don't have a basket, y'all.
That's real. Hey man, thanks for sharing that story with us, man. That's something. I'm not sure if TikTok is a safe place to do, but I did want to have more brothers come up and tell our police stories because a lot of brothers have them. You know what I'm saying? A lot of sisters have a story about something a man has done to make them fear for their safety. And I find that a lot of brothers, we got these police stories, and a lot of times we don't like. We'll talk about the police in general, but a lot of us have like actual stories, where your life was in the hands of a colonizer. So that's real, man. Appreciate you sharing that.
Is it okay if I go?
Go ahead, Lewis.
All right.
Well, I want to respond to something what he was saying. I just want to respond, and I see what you're saying. And the reason why I say why I believe that they have to come into this room and talk, is because what you just said by explaining to them that's not funny. And what I basically have to do, and I do this with megas and a lot of them, I have to put them inside to this position and let them see if that was you and your loved one. If that was you sitting there or your loved one was sitting there, that's not funny. See, they look at it as entertainment because they don't care. They look at it from an actual, that long as it's not happening to me. But like they have a big thing, they say, whatever they go, whatever comes, they come from them later on. So I just like to sometimes to educate them. And if they want to be educated, you got to understand, not all of them want to be educated. Not all white people want to educate. Not all black people want to be educated. But if you want to educate yourself and you want to make yourself better as a person, I think you should be in this room to learn something. Very important. That's to keep it real.
Empathy, the capacity for empathy has to be learned before the age of 5. And the basically empathy, be able to display empathy. Someone has to learn that before the age of 15. So just the capacity to have empathy needs to be learned before the age of 5, and empathy itself is taught before the age of 15. Psychologists have said, that if you pass 15 and you don't understand empathy, there's nothing that can be done. Pretty much, there's 99% chance you will never get it. There's people that go to the therapist as adults and they try to work on how to act like they have empathy, but there's people walking around without empathy. Racism is literally a lack of empathy for other human beings. And so that's something that's, inherent to the culture, the anti-black culture of Europeans and Americans. It's not something that we can teach them. It's beyond our control. This is what I was saying earlier about changing their laws and stuff like that. Changing the law is not going to change nothing, because the people that are still in charge of the system are still going to have the mindset of survival when it comes to us being in their spaces. It's psychological.
You're right. No, you're right about that. You're completely right about that. That's why I hope a lot of them be moved on out of here. But you're right. 100%. I'm 100% what you're saying. But that other guy, Lady Pat, I'm gonna let him go and talk and I'll let you go. But I agree what you're saying. I do think that is a true. And when you said the 15, that is true. If you don't get empathy young, it's really hard for you to ever take empathy then. Most of the time when they have that, they don't even care about their own mothers, their own family members. They don't care about anybody. And most of the time they're a dead soul. So a lot of white people that I say too, and black and some of my melon people, they really don't have no empathy, and that's really why we call them dead people. And that's a fact.
Yeah. Lily Pat, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Lily, my age 24, my race Literally, by definition, African American. I love to say that because my dad is actually Nigerian and my mom is American black. So I'm quite literally African American. Pretty funny. Pronouns he, him.
All right,
Uh,
talk to us.
Not a
African
problem.
Americans an ethnicity, though, by the way, not a race.
Uh, Fair enough. Fair enough.
Hmm.
I've heard it going both ways, and I'm over those social constructs that people try to label us as brown and melanated people with. Like with history, black is seen as a dirty word, so I just don't like to be called black specifically.
Seen as a dirty word by Europeans, not by Africans.
No, not by any means, because I do know that black does hold religious context in African culture for some Africans.
It also meant a lot of different things, but primarily creativity, abundance, and just creation itself. Nubia, it was synonymous with wealth. Um, Europeans see black as evil, taboo, suspicious. That's you know, darkness.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I would just say, just maybe think about not using the European definition of black.
Fair enough. And that's why I didn't come in here with like a hothead when I wanted. I came here to actually like learn and discuss, and that's how people learn. You can't learn without a conversation. Because I didn't even know that before. I'll be honest with you. But I kind of do understand that there being a European definition and a true human definition. Let's say that.
Of the color black, by the way, because someone down there said black is a European word. Black itself, yes, is it's in English. We're speaking English, but the color black did not mean evil in Africa primarily. There are certain, of course, places where you would wear black to a funeral, but it still didn't mean just death. Because we did believe in life after death. So, but go ahead.
So, there's kind of two things I wanted to discuss really quick, and they kind of tie into each other. So, first things first, I would like to give my experiences on experiencing the police. As I know, I did the white thing and I joined the military, but hey, I wanted to serve my country and I wanted to help people, so I became a medic, and it was good training, fun times. But I do remember when I was up there. I was in racist Hicks County, upstate New York, Watertown, backwater type country. Might as well be in the South, honestly. But
Mm,
I remember meeting up with this girl off online. We met on a dating app, and we was just
mhm,
chit chatting and talking and stuff like that. And we was in the park a little too long. The cop came by, and fair enough, as you should do as a cop. Checking on suspicious activity. Came by, just told us to be on our way. The park is closing. Fair enough. So we done get on out of here. We got out of the park and I start driving away. The girl get in her car, I get in mine. We start driving away and stuff like that. And I'm noticing bright lights in the distance. And I'm like, that's crazy. Ain't nobody should be in this park right now. The cops done drove away. I saw them drive away. So where are these bright lights coming from? We was the last ones to leave. It's pitch black. So I done drive a little more, and I even go to back roads and like try to do a couple turns and stuff like that to get this car off me, but these bright lights is just behind me this entire way. And I'm sitting here praying in my heart like I can't go to jail. If I go to jail in the army, it's going to be over. I'm going to a federal
mhm,
prison and thinking all of these negative things. But I get down and I'm driving down the road and I pull into a McDonald's to finally get pulled over. He finally puts his lights on. He asked me, "What am I doing here?" We had a pretty decent interaction. I'm not giving him any type of leeway in this. I don't answer questions, things like that. This is what I'm saying to him, and he's like, "Why are you trying to do that, man? I'm trying to bridge the divisiveness between us." But
mm. He
to
said that.
yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said. He said literally, man. He's like, look, I don't see you just because you're black. I don't see you no different than anything else. Now, mind you, I want to just say this because the man wouldn't have been following me if he didn't see me any different. Because it's the same cop that came to the door that told us to leave the park. Now, at the
Mm,
time, I didn't show him my ID because if I didn't commit no crime, I'm not showing my ID. That's our amendment rights. That's how we're
mhm,
gonna get treated equal in this country. But he pulled me over for some bogus reason because I was pulling into the McDonald's. He made up some legitimate excuse, you know. And so I
Mm.
gave him my military ID, and he wasn't talking all this nonsense up until I gave him my military ID. And long story short, just to break down the story, long story short, he lets me go on my way. He doesn't give me a ticket. He thankfully doesn't search my car or anything. But just the fact that that happened was annoying. But when I went back to base, my brother in there, Poindexter, he done sat there and he told me something that I take to this day. He said, "Look, when you have a military ID or you go within these systems and that they put in place and that they like of you, you get certain privileges. Like I got white privilege because of my military ID. I had the same thing happen like 2 days after I got out of the military. Cop pulled me over, said the car smelled like weed. It didn't smell like the devil's lettuce. My apologies if I'm not supposed to say that. It didn't smell like the devil's lettuce or nothing. And then he tried to say expired tags and everything. He goes through the car, does an illegal search and everything, doesn't give us the opportunity to not say anything. He's just trying to say that we're going to jail for drugs. And then lo and behold, we didn't say anything. He talks to his partner for a second and then just lets us go. So I'm just realizing that there are a lot of negative, like how to say, bad white people in the world, right? And I that's all to go to say that there are those YT people in the world. But I would also like to say that there's good, honest, hardworking Americans, or I should say just general less melanated people in the world as well. My my
Where they
brother
at?
being one of them.
Where are they?
In my family, I have one, if that can count for something, if you okay with the anecdotal.
What does he do?
He, I don't want to be rude, body count does matter, but let's say my sister was a little bit less than promiscuous and he made an honest woman out of her, raised 3 kids, takes care of them, comes home every day, shows love, was always faithful, got her to believe in got her to follow God and do great things in her life. Like she lost a lot of weight from where she was. She did a lot of positive things. And now I'm saying this knowing that his mother was completely
All
racist.
right, first of all, what you just said was messed up because you just made it seem like your sister didn't choose to make those choices on her own. Like you just like took all like personal like work that she would have had to do, even if she is in a better place in life. Like you just you just said everything good about her now is because of a white person. That's wild. Number two,
No, my apologies. No, no, no. Can I clarify?
please.
What I'm saying is, right, because understand this, I have a very high standard for personal responsibility. What I'm saying is that I know from where my sister was in her position in life, if he didn't come and give her those opportunities, that she wouldn't have got them. Like, and I'm saying that it could have been a black man that did this, and I would have been saying the same thing.
TikTok just wanted me to remove him. It literally popped up and said, like, I don't know if one of y'all reported him or what, but TikTok just said remove him, violation warning.
Wow, that's wild. Well, can't say something because I am a military child too.
Holy Spirit activate. All right, you guys. Hold on.
But go ahead, D.
Is somebody talking?
Go ahead, D. Go ahead, D.
I need everybody in here to get active. So I'm gonna Holy Spirit activate. Activate. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Holy Spirit activate. 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 Holy Spirit activate. Hello, hello, and welcome in. I need you guys to get active in here. You're sitting on your hands when you need to be tap, 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 tapping that screen. At this point, tap the screen, share the live, and get active. You guys, you're in Brother Legends Live. I need you to subscribe and make sure that you share this out, as well as subscribe on his YouTube. Don't forget to join b1initiative.org. But first and foremost, tap the damn screen. Tap it up, and don't forget to gift your host. All right, until we meet again, subscribe.
That's wild what he was saying. Like his sister was some sinful hypersexualized, like, type person until she met someone that looked like, what they say Jesus looked like. And then she found God through him. And I don't know, that just speaks to what the army
What?
does to brothers.
Well, I'll say that because I come from the military base, and and I tell people, yeah, that military badge, because I was in the military, my father was. That's why I tell people I lived all over the world, so I know the difference between this stuff when you talk about different people in different places and around the world. I've lived in China, I've lived in some parts of Africa, stayed in Africa. I've been in Brazil, so I can give a good take on that. And you do get a real huge, what they say, privilege of the United States, privilege in other countries, and also sometimes here. Now, I'll be honest with you, here, down south, they don't care whether you was a black person in the military. They don't care. You don't get that privilege. So I'll keep that 100 with y'all on that. But I think what he was trying to explain to you is saying that, the gentleman had came into her life. She made some bad decisions on some other men before. And regardless whatever they were, I can't talk for that, but I can say whatever they were. They just didn't put her in the right path. And she wasn't on the right path. He just said that he kind of helped encourage her to put her on a better path. And I can agree with that. I can agree that sometimes
I
some people.
can't. And I'm sorry. I'm tired of the cooning. I'm tired.
You don't think that there's
I'm tired. I'm tired. Listen.
Mhm.
Listen. He came up here and he said that there are good marshmallow folks. All right. He said they were good feta cheese people. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And he then said what made this man good was that when he came into his sister's life, she started to resemble, I don't know, Christ, or, become more righteous. Because before she had met the Marshmallow Man, she was what he said. I'm not going to say that word again because it obviously got him taken down. But pro-hibiscus.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm trying to say is the reason that's problematic, because we're not talking about whether or not a man can help lead a woman to change in her life. That's cool. We're talking about marshmallow people of the Mayflower. And we're talking about our people that are being oppressed right now. And y'all want to sit here, and when I'm asking him about not that person, but the race of that person, he says that person's race helped his sister see it on her own, which is still the same thing as white saviorism. It's still the same thing. No, because we mentioned race.
Right. You mentioned.
If I asked, are there good men that can help turn someone's life around, then that would be a different discussion.
Right.
But we talking about race. And when I'm mentioning race, we get to this man helped save my black sister. That is sick, bro. That is sick. Because we're talking about race.
Right. I think the reason why he said it that way, he was trying to show you that there is some people, maybe there are some white tea people who have compassion for some of our plots, and I believe there are. There's some people out there who want to. Well, there's some. I've ran into a lot of them on here on TikTok that really sit here and listen and come into this live and tell you that our people is oppressed. They'll tell you where it's oppressed. They tell you that it's white privilege. They'll tell you everything. I got a couple people in the lives. They'll tell you.
Oh, okay. So what's the name of their movement?
And they'll tell you.
And they'll tell you. What movement have they started?
There's a gentleman named Red Rebel, which is very famous right now. He's on here, and he will tell you he's a part of it, and he will tell you that that he'll tell anybody white tea. He gets white tea people straight. You tell them, and they tell you.
What does that got to do with us?
It has a lot. It's a lot because it has a lot to do why
No,
we're.
it don't. No, it don't. Anti-racism don't got nothing to do with us. Racism is not our problem.
You don't think race? Okay.
Racism is
Our
not our
problem.
problem. This is what I
Right.
was telling you earlier.
Right.
Because you
It's
think we
their
can
problem.
fix it. We
Right.
can't
It's
fix
their,
it. It is
right.
not
It's
our
their,
problem. It
right.
is
It's
something
their
that
problem.
they got to do with themselves.
Right.
Them
You're right.
them
You're
having the humanity necessary to have a little bit of empathy and be able to look with clear, open eyes at the situation of black people and what they've done to us does not mean these are nice people
You're
or
right.
people that give a damn about us. Just
You're
because
right.
his
You're right.
sister, just because his sister found one that can show love to her, don't mean he love our people. It don't.
That's true. That is a true fact. He doesn't have to. That is true. So I'm not against you what you're saying. That is a fact, and that's what I'm saying. That these folks that I was telling you about, was talking about, yeah, they're saying that they're putting the message out there saying we can't change this. They have to change it. The YT people have to change.
And they're not changing it.
Right.
Because the people that you just told me about live in the same neighborhoods as the Republicans and the people that would rather see us back in chains. The people that would rather us not be able to vote. The people that are comfortable with our police brutality. The people, because the police brutality of black people makes them feel safe. Police, redlining and keeping us out of their neighborhoods where Navy Federal is not giving us mortgages in their neighborhoods makes them feel safe.
I hate to say that, and that's a fact. That is the truth.
They're not going to work to dismantle that. They're just going to vote Democrat, and the Democrats are still doing the same thing, are still allowing the same thing, because we done had Joe Biden for three years, about to hit 4, and not much has happened. He ain't made as much change as Trump did when he was in office. And I'm not talking about changing to our benefit. I'm talking about Trump actually was able to get judges in that could change things on and repeal certain quote unquote rights almost immediately in those 4 years. So what I'm trying to say is the Democrats are the ones that supposedly have a conscience. There are 200 million of people in America. When they close their mouth, you can't see their lips. You know who I'm talking about? When they close their mouth, they can't see their lips in the mirror. Taylor Swift fans. There are 200 million of them. Not 10,000 have come together and did a march because they seen what was going on. They only start marching after we start marching. We make up 45 million people in America. We go marching, and then they decide to march. How come we have how come civil rights movement is us? The women's rights movement, beginning of that was us, suffrage.
I'm glad you said that. I don't think. See, this is the thing. Everybody talk about civil rights. What we should be talking about, what is it? Not civil rights. What we should be talking about, humanity, getting treated humanity.
You're getting off track. You're getting off track. We ain't going all that. I'm saying is, any movement that has been focused on anti-racism and unpacking the oppression of black people, dismantling the oppression of black people, has been led by black people in a country where we are vastly outnumbered. So if 1% of them gave a damn about us, that would mean 2 million of them would be somewhere out here, wherever they at, organizing, saying, hey guys, what's going on with these people is wrong. We got to do something about this. We got to stop our community from taking advantage of them. We got to stop this. 2 million. You have never seen 2 million of them march for us.
Yeah, I've never seen it. No, I have not.
1%.
Right, I have not seen that, and that's true. You have not seen that. I've heard them say things, but that's like, again, like you said, I'm gonna keep it real because they said it. This fight with racism is their fight, not ours. So they said that they have to change it. So it's gonna take them to get out here to do 2 million or 3 million or 50 million. It's gonna take them.
Even when they done, right? Even when they do it, even when it's all said and done, they done dismantled racism, all that. They still going to be for their own people before they for our people. So that's when it. You're right. That's the difference between anti-racism and pro-blackness. That's why I got these topics up here, because we're talking about the difference between anti-racism and pro-blackness. Are you against our oppressor or are you for our people? So the oppressor likes it when you're more anti-racist. That's why they liked Martin Luther King, because Martin Luther King focused his entire platform and all his speeches and marches on a white problem. So they like it because at least you're talking about us and not trying to go by yourselves and work against our best interests. That's why they didn't like Malcolm X as much as they liked Martin.
Mhm.
So that's what
Yeah.
that's what it all comes down to. We need to be more focused on ourselves.
Well, that's how everybody else has to be, and that's how all the other folks are. So same thing. We have to do it for ourselves too. And I think that what you're saying, we need to figure out how the melon people need to figure out how to come together and stop trying to make us all divide. Oh, I'm African American. Oh, I'm light skinned. I'm this and I'm that. I'm part Portuguese. No, when they look at you, they see one color, black. That's it. So even though that's a dirty note, that is what they see. So we need to stop that. I've had Dominicans tell me, "Oh, I'm not black." I look at them like they're crazy. I say, "You are black." Then they say, "Oh yeah, I'm black, but not black like you American." No, you all are on the same umbrella, and the oppressor look at you the same way. He impressed your whole situation as much as he impressed our situation. So until we can understand how to come together and work together, this is why we have our problem. See, our problem is not racism. Our problem is that we can't come together on anything. We can't figure out how to deal with each other. The Puerto Ricans can't come. We all Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, all of us can't figure out how to come together. We always want to try to figure out how to divide us. One of us is too good for each other. That's the whole problem, which when you talk about our enemy. So a lot of times, that's why I try to say this, is that it's better sometimes when we call ourselves Ethiopians, maybe I can bring all the people together, because when you start saying anything else when black, it seems like everybody wants to divide. Everybody wants to figure out how to divide. I'm part European. I'm a monk.
Are you
And
okay?
okay, I'm sorry.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm good.
You kind
Am
of
I?
rat down and out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm a little
Well,
confused.
yeah, I wanted to say one thing. This is another thing that we have an interested, that I hear a lot in America, is that we mongrels. That's just one thing that Obama said. We all mix with something else. So we all run that and try to say that we're not all completely 100% to say we completely black. So that's another thing that's been dividing us for a long time too in this country.
No such thing as 100% black.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone black is mixed. Even people on a continent of Africa are mixed
Mm-hmm.
with different types of black.
Right.
We're part of the most genetically diverse people on the planet. Even within Africa, still the most genetic people. Indigenous Africans that never left still have the most genetic diversity of all continents. So to be mixed is to be black. Like, I don't know if you know about jungle juice. It's like a alcohol like mixture that we used to make in in college. Like, you just put Everclear, bunch of like Everclear, pour Loco. You pour everything in jungle juice, and basically it was a mixture. So anything that's a mixture, that it didn't really matter as long as you put fruit punch in it. It didn't matter what else was in it. That was jungle juice. That is black people. It don't matter what you mix with. You mix with all this other type of stuff. You melanated and you got African ancestry and you identify full time as black or African, you're a black person.
I had someone alive ask me why Ethiopian and why Africa. Only why I asked this question because I had some Africans come to us and told me that it's not cool to hear African Americans' names said, that y'all are saying y'all African Americans. So they say it's kind of disrespect because you don't have enough history to understand where we come from. So you're not a part of it. So that's
Did
why.
Ethiopian tell you that?
No, there was just a straight African. This is somebody from Nigeria who said that.
Understand this about African people.
Mm-hmm.
No one African person speaks for all of Africa.
Right, that's true. But
So
see, I didn't. Right, and you're right about that. But I just wanted to say to not step on because the one thing I'm trying not to do is start diversity and start arguments. I just want people to work together, regardless, and come to a common goal. So that's why I said, okay, if you feel that that was a threat, because I had talked to this Nigerian and I said, you feel that that's a threat? And he said, yes, because y'all don't respect us. When y'all come here, y'all treat us like we're nothing. And I was like, well, that's not all African Americans. I said, you have bad people in all races, and that's not all of us. But they felt that since I could not speak the language of some of the African dialect, they felt that
Did
should
you
not.
did you have a military uniform on when you said that?
No, this is just regular
I'm about
uniform.
to say, because that's probably what was disrespectful.
Oh no, this is just me regular. It's here in the United States. They said this stuff. They said it
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Don't listen to them, because the ones that come here chose to come here. Your ancestors, if you were an African American, your
Yeah,
ancestors didn't choose to
they
come here.
came on. They came freely here and got visas and everything. And the ones is here, the ones that us, we
Not
had.
saying, not saying all Africans that choose to come to America are problematic. What I'm saying is, usually by the time they decide to get on that plane, they've decided to like, you're not gonna jump on a lifeboat and start taking it apart, will you? You jump on a
No,
lifeboat to get off the ship is sinking that you're born on. You decide to jump on a life raft. You're not going to help the people that's born on that life raft to just start taking it apart because they want freedom. You see what I'm saying? So you're not. Yeah, it's a level of compromise that they have to come to because they decided to come to our plantation for freedom. But this is our plantation, so we didn't decide to be here.
right.
But I
Now,
wouldn't judge African people by Africans that choose to come here. A lot of the times, those are the privileged, wealthier African people in the first place. But also, when I speak to brothers and sisters, even that have left the continent, but some of them still are real grounded in their culture, grounded in their consciousness. Um, then that's a little bit different. But especially on the continent, I know that many of them accept African Americans as just as African as they are. That's what Pan-Africanism is about. I wouldn't listen to whatever ignorant person told you that, because I'm telling you, my whole b1initiative.org, if you want to join, I got a whole nonprofit. We're doing some work for African people worldwide. I speak to African people every day, and ain't not one of them ever told me I was disrespecting them because I call myself African. Um, if
yeah,
anything, I did get some of them tell me I'm
right.
Bantu and not just African. They said, you're Bantu,
First thing,
but
I want to advise you, brother, for doing that. I'm glad you're doing that. Definitely 100% supported that. I definitely will. I'm glad you. This is another thing, and I know you probably heard of it. What they call these guys? And they always try to pin themselves and say they're not Africans. What they call themselves? The Hebrew life.
pretendians,
Israel.
Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, and I have had a lot of arguments with them where they always try to tell us that we live in a tribe, we're not the same. And I keep trying to look at them. I said, so were we in the Caucasus Mountains with the people in the Caucasus Mountains? So I'm just trying to figure out, because that's what I'm saying. We have so much division and so much controversy that go on when we is. And now, basically a lot of now, and I think we are the Ambridge people, but I think that that we were here in Americas for the longest, because Christopher Columbus did say in his journal he saw black people. So I believe that, yes, we are also the Indians too. I do believe there was some people that was definitely was dark skinned that was sitting in America, and a lot of them that were claimed to be slave were probably the same people that was already here in America. I believe Americas was one time connected with Africa altogether, and I believe that's a fact. But the thing is but
That
there's so
was
much
that was
of
6 million years ago.
right.
That was
But
before
the
the first
problem is
human
there's
being.
right, 6 million years ago, it is just so much division where we can't even come together. And a lot of us are using this information that we get, and I'll be honest, we're using it in the wrong way. We're using it to try to say we're better than these folks or do it, but we're not trying to educate the rest of our folks and make them feel comfortable.
All right, I think that was 5. Right? I think that was 5. I think Draco just gave us 5. Shout out to Stella and Draco. Appreciate you. I think that was 5. That was 6. Oh, my bad. My bad, Stella. Leisha, I don't know if she was here when the first few ones went up. All right, Lewis, appreciate you talking with us, but the audience voted you down. We're gonna have to move on. Join the Discord if you'd like. We're gonna keep going. Africa Debunked was good, brother. Africa Debunked, you here? You muted. He might have gone too. He came up a while ago. When we're talking about who we are as a people, when we're talking about race and racism and all these systems of oppression, appreciate the gifts, y'all. Thank you. It's not something that just because we black that we're gonna know. Like, I didn't get to the point where I am now, where I'm now getting into like the intricacies of Bantu philosophy and African quote unquote spirituality, African quote unquote spirituality, because we know there's not one spirituality that was uniform throughout Africa, but there were multiple different ones, different spiritual practices through the ethnicities. But what they all have in common is African spirituality. And I didn't learn all of this stuff just because I'm black and I, just know this stuff. I did a lot of research. The more you do the research, the more I'm gonna be able to tell. I've had people come up here that know more than me, and I can tell because what they said verified what the scholars have said themselves, but then they were also able to elaborate and give sources and things like that. I want some of y'all to be careful with also non-black people that make content on TikTok about black people. Y'all need to be careful with some of that. That's a thing. Non-black people trying to tell you about who we are is really problematic. And by non-black, I also mean people that call themselves Hebrew Israelites, people that, Hebrew Israelite is a cult. It's a cult. That's really what it is. They Christian wannabes. They want to be Christian, but they don't want to be Christian. You know what I'm saying? Why do you gotta look into a King James Version Bible to learn who you are? Like, that's the thing. If you're gonna be a Hebrew Israelite, cool. But at least use maybe the Ethiopian Bible, you know what I'm saying? Maybe use a different Bible. Like, you're literally using the King James Version Bible to look up the history of your people. Like, this is sad. Like, this is sad, y'all. It's sad. Like, the Hebrew Israelites, listen, there's people that's told me Egypt is in the Grand Canyon. Listening to Earth Speaks. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's too much. It's too much. Now there are things that are going to resonate, right? Like with the Hebrew Israelites, they say that we're God's chosen people. I ain't gonna say they lying about that one. I ain't gonna say they lying. If I'm looking at the Creator's chosen people, right, and God not just as some deity in the sky, but a creator of life, earth, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say we gotta be chosen because we the only people that came first. We the only people, like a black woman gave birth to all of humanity. So who else is chosen? I'm confused. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, certain things are going to resonate, and so there is truth in some of these faiths, religions, spiritual practices, but it's just the anti-blackness that they exude. That's when it becomes problematic. That's where you got to learn, you got to pay attention, you got to read some books. I would encourage all those trying to unpack an Abrahamic religion to check out the work of Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, who was also Muslim, but his work gives a geopolitical understanding of Africa during the time of Moses and Abraham, and what was going on around them in that time. Instead of just looking at what the Bible and Moses said was happening, why don't we look at other texts? Moses wasn't the only one that knew how to write. There was other things going on back then, and some of them correlate with what was going on in the Bible. But just like Fox News, you can see how Moses had a little bit of a bias. That's it. Like, if you really about that life, read what was going on according to other sources during that time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's Sheikh Anta Diop. Cheikh, Cheikh, Anta, Anta, and then that's Diop, Diop. Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, and the name of his book is the African origin of civilization. My apologies. The African origin of civilization, meaning civilization, civilized human beings started in Africa. The African origin of civilization. So never let them tell you we're uncivilized. We civilized the world. We civilized Europe 3 times. 3 different times we civilized Europe. And they still don't wash their ass. My goodness. I wanted to make a video about that. There's a video going around of a frosted female that basically she's saying she never learned how to wash her ass from her mother, and that she was in the military.
The black
Sisters.
women.
Yeah, she said sister. Nah, what took me out was she said her mother-in-law did more for her than her actual mother in teaching her how to wash her ass. Meaning her mother-in-law is black, which means a brother is numbing on that pasty envelope. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. A
Yeah.
yeast mustache is
Can I,
something
can I come
crazy. You
in?
know what I'm saying? That man got a yeast
Yeah.
mustache.
Can I come in?
You know, his upper lip smell crazy. She don't even know how to wash her ass. Like, she don't even know how to wash her ass. You tell him, bruh, what do these brothers be thinking? I'm sorry.
All the time. Like, I live in a town that's it's a college town, and when I tell you I pick up all these kids on my downtime, I Uber. I'm trying to get my other car fixed for my daughter, and so when I tell you that there are literally people that will get in my car, it was one girl that told me she had been out all day at the tailgate from like 9 o'clock in the morning. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning when I picked her up. So she was out all day dancing, drinking, in the sun, just everything. And she got in the car and she's like, I can't wait to get home. Now, mind you, I got my brother in my ear. I can't wait to get home so I can take this makeup off, take these clothes off, and take my birth control and go to sleep. I was like, so when you get home, you gonna do that in that exact order? She was like, yeah. I was like, so you not gonna take no shower? My brother was like, I ain't heard water in this conversation yet. She was like, no, I'm just gonna take my makeup off. I'm so tired. I don't care how tired I am. And she ain't the first one. And that is a norm for them. And that's why every time I talk to young black boys around here, because it's a lot of little black boys that go here that are engineers. And I be trying to find them some little black girls around. I'd be like, hey, I had a little dude the other day. Look on campus for him, because there ain't that many of them. It's a PWI.
Yeah,
when I tell you, they be like into the YTs, and I'm like, they don't pay. Like, I don't know.
I can't do it. I can't do it. That's crazy. I don't know how. Like, I can't even imagine that.
Yeah. It is true that civilization started in Africa. That's very true. And I think it started around Egypt area, where people learned to live together, build houses together, and all that. But along the line, people noticed that Africa had a lot of resources. So they came in and they were looting the resources and using the media to paint Africa as a poor place, to take away the minds of other business people who could come to Africa to invest. So that was the idea. They looted the resources and they painted a bad picture of Africa as a hungry continent, poor continent, disease continent, all kinds of things. So we Africans have suffered enough. We have suffered a lot from the hands of some group of people, There's some business people that come to Africa to do business. We cannot put the blame in all people, but specifically the guys that come to Africa to do business are the people that we have our problems with because they lied about us. They lied and lied about us. While they are taking our resources for 10% till today, they lied about us with the media. So
Even
people,
lower than 10% some places.
yeah, lower than 10%.
Like
You know,
1% in Burkina Faso,
yeah,
Niger. Yeah.
yeah. So when you take the resources, you come to enrich yourself, and then behind closed doors, you send media to take horrible pictures and post to the world and tell the world that Africa is an eyesore, it's a bad place, it's a poor continent, people are hungry, people have diseases and all, and leave the good part of Africa without saying anything about the good part. So this is what we are now fighting against, We are fighting against it very badly. That's why you are seeing the uprising in Niger, in Burkina Faso, in Mali. It is going to spread all over Africa if this does not stop. People are not happy. So the lies must be stopped. The blackmailing, the degrading, the looking down on Africans as poor and dirty people, and that their minds are three quarters of a proper human being's mind. All those things must stop, so we can all live together peacefully in the world as friends and brothers. It's not good. That's why Africa, we are not happy. These things should stop. This kind of nonsense about us must be put to an end. We are human beings. We are intelligent people. We sat in the classroom with other Europeans and we know the difference between us. We got better CGPS than some of them, So we are all human beings, and when we are put in an environment that is fruitful, we all benefit, we all grow up and do well. You see, so that degrading system of insulting Africa must stop. Other than that, so many bad things are going to happen. All the resources will be diverted to Russia and China. So the Western countries must learn a lesson from this. That's my contribution for you today. Thank
Thank you,
you.
brother. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. That was all facts, man. Shout out to you. What part of Africa are you from, brother?
Yeah, thanks. Good night. Good night, guys.
Real quick before you go, what part of Africa are you from?
Ghana. I'm from
All
Ghana.
right. Shout out to
Yeah.
the Ghanaian brothers and sisters.
Yeah. Cheers. Thanks.
All right. One
Yeah.
love.
Bye. Bye. Yeah.
Hey man, Ghana is lit, man. Ghana is lit. The where they giving out that land, I'm trying to get over there. I don't think they're giving it out. I think there's an incentive to move there, right? If I'm not tripping, I think they're giving out like a few $1,000s, like
for you to come. There's a few different places. I think Ghana is on the list.
Yeah, I think like I heard somebody say they was giving out like $30,000 for you to move to Ghana. I gotta look it up. I
couldn't even see him above me. That was so weird. I'm like, okay, I'm driving in the rain, so I guess that's.
Oh yeah, Africa the book. Yeah, he here. He just not saying. I don't know. He might have walked away. Oh, there you go.
Oh, good.
Hey, what up?
Go ahead.
No, I've been quiet today. I've just been listening in. I thought I'd just take in everyone's opinions. Yes, you know what? There's some interesting stuff we've been talking about. Especially, I think it's been interesting people's experience of like people on the continent and how like often perspectives can differ. And hey, man, just because as you said, man, being conscious, being woke is a process, and it's a decision that you have to make to be conscious of your environment and your history. And hey, Africa, and just because you're in the motherland doesn't necessarily mean
that you're particularly conscious, or and it doesn't even mean that you necessarily have the best interests of Africa in your heart. Yeah,
Right.
unfortunately. Yeah, for every Lumumba, there's a Mobutu. For every Sankara, there's a Kompaware. So just unfortunately, this is saboteurs are not an African thing. They're not a black thing. It's a human thing. There's always going to be whenever you're trying to do anything good, there's saboteurs. So
Right.
yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, I don't think don't necessarily don't assume that just because people are in the motherland that they're particularly conscious.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you know what? The brothers, I think also one of the brothers said that kind of resonated with me. Not resonated, but like kind of perked up my ears. Was when he said that like an African person had told him that like you're not African because you don't even know like your history. Like so, like therefore don't use the term African American, which is dumb. Number one,
Yeah.
dumb because like every African American knows that like every African American knows that like where black enslaved black people came from, that
Mm-hmm.
from the continent of Africa. Like this is common American knowledge, and like also this idea that like I think fundamentally like I know there's a lot of like weird ideas around African American the term, but I think fundamentally African American just means two things. It means that like you're a people of you have dual kind of like not you have like dual stakes in two lands. You have your African birthright because you're African people, and you also have your birthright to America because you built the nation America. That's what
Mm-hmm.
it means. I think that's what it means. Like,
Well, I would look at it a little bit differently. That's arguable. Every African American, I guess, not going to look at it the same. I don't feel an allegiance to this country. I would even say most African Americans don't, which is why Colin Kaepernick so easily took a knee and we supported him, because saying the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag is something that they make us do in grade school. Like you have to, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and you have to do like recite this little poem. But it's like it's really weird, and I never liked it. I didn't know, I wasn't as conscious when I was a kid, but even as a child, I knew it didn't represent me. I knew it didn't represent
I
me.
had to get into it with a teacher and make sure that my daughter doesn't have to stand for that, right? Because she told the teacher she was not standing for that flag. She wasn't standing for it. And they tried to like make her. And she ended up contacting me. And I went up to the school and was like, she ain't gotta stand for nothing. What does this mean for us?
you know what? I
Everybody
think
equal in here?
I think a lot of Americans don't realize how weird American nationalism is until they step out of America and they're like, the rest of the world isn't like this.
But see,
So
well, I just wanted to highlight what I was getting to was African Americans feel like, I really wish I could describe this feeling, because I've never even tried to describe this feeling to another brother from the motherland or outside of America, but um being an African American just feels like you're somewhere you don't belong. Like you feel like you're an immigrant, but you were born here. So that's what it feels like. Like I know y'all know what I'm talking about. Like you don't all the way feel like this is your country. Like even if someone says like this is your country, you're kind of like, yeah, like
You hear what I said?
What would you say?
It feels like you don't have no home.
Yeah, it feels like exactly. And that messed me up when I was 13. Yo, that messed me up when I was 13 because we had Flag Day, and I went to a very multinational school. So there was, I don't know if that's the right word, but there were many students parents were immigrants from other countries in the school that I went to. That we had Brazilians, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Mexicans, then we had Haitians, Jamaicans, I think I said Dominicans. But yeah, we had Puerto Ricans. I'm from New Jersey, so it was a mix, and it was Flag Day, and everyone bringing their flag and waving their flag around. And I was supposed to bring an American flag, I guess. And this when Dipset was popular, so Dipset had the American flag. So some people did, but I just didn't feel right. So I had my mom stitch me a Pan-African flag before I knew anything about what Pan-Africanism really was, because the teachers that I had teaching me Black history for Black History Month in church was Pan-Africans. So I knew this flag, and I told my mom to stitch me one. I don't know where that flag is now, but she stitched me a flag, and I went to school Flag Day with a Pan-African flag. And I just remember, you're right, like feeling like even then I felt like the flag was foreign to me because I never see, I didn't have anyone else to wave it with. So just feel like you have no home. And then one day you learn more about African history. I'm telling y'all, doing the work that I've been doing since I created this platform, and just like learning more about John Henrik Clark, and learning more about African history has filled that void. And that's the void missing in a lot of African youth, African American youth. That void that's missing is that we don't feel like this is our home. This is the reason why they urinate in hallways in the projects, because they don't own, they know on a subconscious level they don't own this building. So I never heard of anyone peeing in their own hallways in their own home. They'll do this on places where they know it's not their home, because you feel like you don't belong here. So that's a thing. And they try to fill that void with Hebrew Israelites. They fill that void with pretendian logic. They fill that void with no, I'm my parents are from the Dominican Republic, so I'm Dominican. I'm Jamaican. I'm like, they come up with all these other nationalities that they want to claim and all this other stuff. But yeah, I mean, it gets deep with African Americans. I've seen African Americans claim they was Jamaican and they was not Jamaican.
Yeah, that was a popular time. I vividly remember when it was very uncool to be other black, like foreign black, and then
Uh-huh.
all of a sudden there was this shift. Like it was around the time that Sean Paul blew up in America,
Yeah,
and
yup.
all of a sudden, everybody had an auntie or a grandma or something like that who was West Indian that they were now
Yup.
claiming that as their nationality. But I just came up because um I said it in the comments, but that's usually the times, the situation where I feel the most empathy for African Americans, where it's some sort of, it's centered around some sort of claiming of like flags and nationalities and stuff. And I see this the most like at carnival, like Brazilian like feather costume carnival. Um
Mm.
and there's Carnival is a great place to see Black people unite, like Black people across the diaspora unite, because there's people from all over the place that come, and you can some people will express it with words, but other people you can just see in their faces that they kind of feel left out, even though they're a part of like the event itself. But there's a portion of the culture that involves like carrying a flag, waving a flag, like jumping with your
Mm-hmm.
flag or whatever. And it's you can, in talking with some of my American friends who have come or who go regularly, it's like a being torn between just choosing another flag. Like if you have a best friend who's, I don't know, Haitian or something like that, you might carry that flag, which is not a problem. But then they also feel like that's not really me. But then at the same time, they feel like there's no way in hell I would ever carry an American flag. But I say all that to say, in most places, like where there's any like carnival related something going around, people are always selling. There's always somebody with a cart selling flags, and
Mm-hmm.
you will probably more readily find the Pan African flag before you find an American flag. And so some people I found, oddly enough, don't know about the Pan African flag, but at the very least, that's one that it seems like most resonate with and feel like a comfort in, even though it's not maybe like directly tied to a place, if that makes sense.
It's
But
yeah, it's not direct. It's not tied to. I
to a
mean, it
singular
is.
place.
It's tied to a people
Right.
nation, which was the original form of a nation, like the 12 tribes of Israel.
Hmm.
Israel was, a man, so it was the 12 tribes, the generations following that man. Like Judah, like Benjamin, and all these other things. It was like back in the day, your tribe was your lineage. Now that Western imperialism, the way they look at things is they believe they can own land, so they tie themselves to land. And um, every race has a flag, but the COON. That is the song that inspired Marcus Garvey. It was a minstrel show song that inspired Marcus Garvey to even make the red, black, and green flag, because that's something that I guess he was conscious of too. Is like everyone has a flag but us,
Hmm.
and that's the thing. Is the older I get, the more I would never tell someone not to disown their flag or whatever, but every flag, at some point comes from some sort of colonizer. Even the red and blue flag of Haiti was like, if they're going to be real revolutionary, then they should be waving that red and black flag, if anything. But um, you know, when I got older and I look back at that memory of Flag Day, I'm just like, they were all waving the flags of their colonizers, the flags that their colonizers had given. Except for, what about Jamaica? Did Jamaicans design their own flag?
That I don't know, but
Hmm.
I have to look into this,
I'm
but
gonna look it up.
the this may or may not be true, but I feel
Hmm.
like there was a subtle change to the meaning of the colors.
I see. Yeah, because I think, yeah, the colors I thought meant something about black folks.
Right. That's what I learned as a child. But in recent years, I've seen somewhat of a shift. So I don't know if that
Oh
is the
yeah.
truth.
They designed their own flag.
Okay, I didn't know that.
In 1962.
But I really hope that the flag that your mama stitched, that Mama Legend stitched, still exists, and I hope you find it. That would
Yeah.
be like a great sentimental
Yeah.
artifact to have. You should put
Right.
it in like a shadow box and
hmm
hang it. That'd be
It
dope.
wasn't until I, got older that I really realized the meaning of the flag, but I knew young, and that's why, that's that's the reason I feel like, because I did look into the Hebrew Israelite stuff. The reason I know so much about the Hebrew Israelites, the reason I know so much about the pretendians and all that stuff, is because there comes a certain age where man starts to look for his true identity, I guess, or research more into his true identity, because you start to take life more seriously, and you belong to something, you belong to someone, you belong to a people. So you start to look, and so I looked up this Hebrew Israelite stuff. I'm in Hollywood, people telling me, we the real Hebrews. I'm looking this stuff up, and I'm like, it's just, certain things just didn't vibe with me all the way. I believe some of it because even Ben Yosef Yaakov says, we were the Hebrews. Like, I mean, they didn't call themselves that, but we were the people of the Bible speaks of. But is that us? Like, is that the identity we have today? And so I did deeper dives, and the only thing that resonated with me was Pan-Africanism, and it showed me the anti-blackness in being a pretendian, the anti-blackness in looking for yourself in the King James Bible, like the Hebrew Israelites. So it was the only one that was able to factually back what it was talking about. The other ones was like religious backing. The other one was like conspiracy theories. Pretendians is like conspiracy theories, and lack of evidence means that we're pretendians. Like, we're the true natives because no one can prove we're not. Like, that's pretty much it. It's like, no one can prove we're not. If you didn't go to the Grand Canyon and search every inch, then there was a portal leading to Africa somewhere, and that's how we got here first. It's out there somewhere. Just no one can find it. Like, so yeah, a bunch of conspiracy theories. So yeah, what I was taught as a kid, and that's weirdly enough in the Bible. It says, "Teach your children the way they should go, and they will not stray," or something like that. Um, so I guess it worked on me, brought me back.
You know what's interesting?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these, like, in fact, because I think a lot of these movements to kind of run away from African identity have existed for many generations now.
Oh
So
yeah.
manifestation of like them saying we are the Asiatic black man, or that we are the true Moors, or the Hebrew Israelite thing has existed for decades.
Yeah.
And the pretension stuff is kind of exploded more recently. Um, I would have always thought that, like, with the day and age of the internet and with like readily accessible information, that it would true, like, a lot of these things would die away and become like parts of the 20th century that we look back at. But it seems that even with the accessibility of, like, everyone has a smartphone, everyone has Google, but like it seems that people are still falling hook, line, and sinker for these narratives that are completely antithetical to like facts. Because
Mm.
like a lot of the pretending stuff is like is I'm not, but then I always think, is, are people do people care about facts? Are people just like in these things for vibes and like to make themselves like feel good, or
Yeah.
like to as an emotional response?
Yeah, it is.
Because yeah, it can't be. It's just fascinating that how like it doesn't feel like the internet has moved the needle in terms of like people's susceptibility to these kind of movements.
Mm-hmm. It started for me. I started to notice it for real. When people were saying the Earth was flat, like that was
Oh my
something.
God, yes.
Yeah, like that was something where I would be in a room full of black men, and saying the Earth was round, you knew was going to start a heated debate in a room full of black men saying. And then Trump happened and he was running for election, and then it became after he was elected, mostly it became controversial to say that Trump shouldn't be our president in a room full of brothers. I'm in a room full of brothers right now, and they telling me they're pro-Trump. And I'm like, and then they'll also turn around, these same brothers, and say that the earth is flat. And then these same brothers started saying that they were Hebrew Israelites. And so that's the domino effect I saw. I don't know about everyone else, but once you can convince a people that the earth is flat, like that just goes to show, like, and that was started by Republicans. But if you can convince people the earth is flat, like you can convince them of anything at that point. Like it just shows you how susceptible people are.
And then they would tell you, when you would say that the earth isn't flat, they would tell you that you are the one person who will fall for anything, and that you believe the white man's science,
Crazy.
and that you've been indoctrinated.
Yep.
These people are crazy, but this earth is flat movement has some serious roots. Like a lot of people
Anti-Semitism.
believe that shit. A lot of
Anti-Semitism.
people believe that shit.
Yeah, it leads back to anti-Semitism, anti-Yemitism, because they believe that the people that told you the earth was flat was the people that run the media. And usually when you ask them who runs the media, they go to them people. So they're telling you that them people taught you that the earth was round. And so that's the reason, like, if you go down the rabbit hole, and not to believe it, but to like trace it back to where it started with the Republican Party. And that's why my theory, personal theory, don't be surprised when the documentary come out, but this is Brother Legend's personal theory. It's so wild. I talk about what I've learned so much on this show that when I talk just out of my opinion, I always give a disclaimer because I might be wrong here. But my personal opinion, I think the Republican Party is pushing that pretendian narrative. I think it's them because they benefit from us not having an allegiance to Africa as they continue to rob it for its resources. So it benefits them to get the black people that might come together and like do the BLM movement times 10, like, and really like gear up. Like instead of us gearing up, they can compromise some of us to believe that, you know, this is our land. Like, don't worry about Africa. So, hey, somebody said Africa doesn't have any resources on a phone built by African resources. Could we block that person? This person needs to go. Like, this person is too ignorant to even be in this room right now. You gotta go just for that, bro. Like, you didn't even say nothing disrespectful. It was just too ignorant. I'm sorry, that was too ignorant.
Kool-Aid Kev is crazy.
Yeah, nah, you gotta go. Let me go to the next guest real quick. Look, Kesey, could you give us your age, your race, and your pronouns, please?
Hi, I'm 19 and clearly I'm black. And I'm a she.
All right, talk to us.
Okay, my opinion is this. I don't think I'm pro anything because personally, like obviously the war going on between Palestine and Israel, I think both sides are wrong because innocent lives are dying every day on both sides. So I'm
Please say unaliving.
Huh?
Please say unaliving or something like that.
Oh
The D
well,
word, yeah.
I forgot. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's why I'm not pro anything. I don't know if I consider myself pro-black because personally, me too, I wouldn't go outside and do a Black Lives Matter protest.
Black Lives Matters isn't pro-black.
I don't know pro-black as what?
Aligning one's actions and values. I'm sorry, prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building within the black community.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider myself that because honestly, as much as the unification of black people sounds, I just personally don't believe it's ever going to happen because if you go to Africa, you go to all these countries, we don't even like each other. So, I mean, it's just been like that since forever, unfortunately. But yeah, I wouldn't consider myself pro-Palestine or pro-black. I'm pro-Jesus, though.
Oh wow! And then you just added that Jesus in there.
Yeah, that was weird. That was really weird. That's like saying I'm not pro solution because the problem exists. So that's like you must not do math very well if you do it at all, because every math has a problem, but you're not going to do it because it's a problem. So you're not going to solve a math problem because it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? To say that you won't be pro-black because there's a problem, being pro-black is unifying with black people. But because black people are divided, you won't unify with them. Like, that's a
Why
conundrum. Like, that's circular reasoning.
Wait, why should I unify with someone just
Oh,
because?
no. I mean, I'm not trying to convince you of that.
No,
What I'm
I'm
trying to
just
say is
listen.
your logic there was flawed. Like, you can come up with a better reason not to
Wait,
unify with your people. Like,
but
you can come up with a more sound reason.
why do you need to be black so we can unify? Like, what is that? What does that have to do with it? Why do I need to unify with you because you're black?
The same reason that the YT folks unify because they YT. It's called YT solidarity, but you obviously don't have anything because, like you said, you pro nothing but pro Jesus. That's pro YT supremacy,
Yeah,
baby.
because okay, at the end of the day, whether you're black, white, whatever, Asian, you're gonna go to heaven regardless, right? All races are gonna
Oh
make.
No, we're
no,
not. We're not going to
ma'am.
heaven. We
Oh
going back.
no.
We're going to go be with our ancestors. We ain't going to heaven. We're gonna be one of your ancestors when we join the ancestral realm.
She want to go up there and be with some of them
I don't know. I had to
KK
block. I
other
had to
members.
shout out to Stella for the Panther pause, because she was I don't know what that was. She had to go. Like, I blocked her. I don't block. I try not to block sisters, and brothers, people, I try not to block them, but she had to get blocked. That was wild. that was self hate in its fullest form. I hope she figures it out, but this platform is not for her.
Yeah, no, that
Um,
that was a little.
you know what I'm saying? Like, I wonder if that. I don't. She sounded black though, so I guess she was black, but that sounded wild.
I
You're
don't know. I mean,
modded,
because
Destiny. You're a mod now.
she kind of made me eat those words because this is the thing. When she came up and said, "Oh, I'm black," obviously, right? And in my mind, I was like, "Oh, baby, you'd be surprised. It's a lot of them
Mm.
walking around in our same colored skin, but baby, they not us."
They
And
not
she
us.
proved to be one of them.
Yeah, but she's also 19. She might figure it out. She's probably not. Probably
I don't
not.
know the way she said that. Why do I need to unify?
Yeah,
Because
she
I'm
said that
black.
with her full chest.
Why do I need? But you unified under Jesus' name, girl.
Yo, Christians don't get along either. That's the
what's funny.
wildest thing about what she said. I can't be pro-black because I know black unity sounds nice, but we just don't like each other. But yet, there's a Baptist church, a Methodist church, an Anglican church, a Catholic church, a Roman Catholic church, an England Church of England. There's a Christians don't get along either. There's a Church of Latter-day Saints. There's a Seventh-day Adventist. Like Christians don't even agree on church. There's like 20,000 different Bibles. Like there's so many translations. Like. Like I don't know.
She was definitely on that New King James version, but you don't want to hear me on
Definitely.
that part because what
Definitely.
she just said. Hell no, that was a good one. Dang,
That was
every
wild.
time. Hey, they really be blowing my mind up here sometimes.
That was wild.
That's crazy. That was pretty wild. I'm surprised. I'm like, it's a new prompt up here. Does pro-Palestine equal pro-black? I think you're gonna confuse them with that question.
Yeah.
I think you really are, because I think she really was. Like, she didn't know if you meant, unifying with them meant being pro-black or unifying with black people meant being pro-black. I don't think she understood. Yeah, she couldn't even make it through the other two. I think we're still stuck on the first one.
Yeah.
Dang.
That was wild. That was, yeah.
Yeah, that really was wild.
I don't know what her parents are teaching her. It's obviously what her parents are teaching her, I guess. Why do I gotta be pro-black? Wow. That's wild. Anyway, I gotta move on. Kay, did you want to answer the questions?
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Hey, here go our movie of the day.
Oh yeah,
Shout out to Stella.
Shout out to shout out to Chanel too, because I think you don't appreciate you.
Thank
you. Stella is always dope.
For
nah, but I mean, you already know my answers to these questions. Like,
yeah, I know.
Bruh, like, does pro-Palestine equal pro-black, bruh? Be real. Are they black? I mean, that's the real question.
Some, I guess.
I mean, okay, well, phenotypically, okay, cool, but we're speaking in reality. Do they claim that same blackness? No. Right. Like, let's be real. We gonna play the Am I Black game, brother. We know that one. It's a couple questions.
Diaspora game.
Yeah, look, that's what I said. It's a couple questions, and I don't think they're making it through. That's what I said. They're not making it through. They're not making it through.
Yeah.
So I'm already gonna negate that question right there. They technically, while they do present phenotypically, they are not black all around. They will not claim that blackness. They do not try to live through that blackness. So, no, can't agree with that. Can non-black people be pro-black? Like, bruh. That's hold on, last verse, same as the first. No, look, hold on. Like, I mean, and can interracial marriage benefit the black community? Let's be real, y'all. Let's be real. I mean, y'all, I know this is hard for some people to hear, but in reality, no, never. They can't. There's too much room for error, and many of y'all is gonna mess up. And even if there were some good ones, hear me out. It doesn't matter, because the rest of them will come in to discourage that few. I'll tell you. I'm like, if you're not even too sure, like, nah, don't even try it. Because they're going to eat you up and spit you back out. And most of them can't make it past well, I was, to this for this group and to that for that group. So I'm gonna pick the group that's oppressing all of us. Like, what's going on, y'all? Wake up, please. Please. This is coming from your fellow sister. I am the one of the worst versions of, and I hate to say it this way, I'm one of the worst power dynamic versions of an interracial relationship. I'm the product. Like white T woman and black man, yeah, no. That's kind of the worst one. At
In the
least if
worst
you have,
way at
yeah,
that.
that's exactly
About
what. Hey,
which
ask
yeah.
Majors. Look, I'm gonna keep referring to my brother. I hope he can get on. Now that's TV. I'm welcoming to the Tubi family because he ain't getting no more of them other ones up there.
Damn. Tubi.
Nah, look, I done gave him the Zeus network because at this point, baby, you just need to put your cup out. Cause it's like, hey, hey, y'all know now that's TV. They really for to have him like that.
That's
It's
crazy.
sad, but yeah, nah, don't even do that. You already know.
Well, appreciate you, sister. Thank you
Appreciate
for
you.
bringing
Yeah.
us back.
Hey,
Bringing
I'm
us back to
definitely,
balance.
nah, look, I feel like we about to be off kilter real quick.
Oh yeah. Ari, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, brother Legend? Can you hear me?
Peace. Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, no, I just want to see what's it called. How's everything, man? What's it called? But yeah, I know I didn't want to take your time from the discussion, but you already know my answers like this. No, no, what's it? Wait, no, no, no.
Yeah.
You already know.
Yeah. That's a easy discussion to have.
Yeah.
Did you have anything you wanted to share with us before I go to the next guest?
I forgot exactly. I think, oh no, I think it was earlier when I was trying to agree with you with like the pretendian stuff because I read somewhere like this, right? I forgot where I read it, but it was being pushed not just by Republicans but like by this like white supremacy group, like especially like like all these like splinter groups that you see like on what's that thing, 4chan? That website,
4chan,
yeah, like that. A lot of them were trying to push that stuff, and what you said made sense because they were trying to like, because with what's happening right now with Niger and Burkina Faso, and what that's been going on is right. They've been trying to split a lot of people in America from like from like the African continent, kind of like a way to like push them away, like you know what I like this.
yeah.
Yeah, that was the main thing I came up to, like, yeah, just agree with you with that.
And that's what's wild about both pretendians and Hebrew Israelites is that they both agree that they're not Africans. The Hebrew
Exactly.
Israelites agree that they're black, but they say that they're not Africans because after Israel was taken over by Rome, the Israelites ran downward into Africa, southward into Africa, and then eventually were rejected by the Ngro, Negro tribes. So they don't consider themselves Hamites; they consider themselves Shemites that went and traveled through Africa and then were sold into slavery because they were Shemites and not Hamites.
Wow.
Yeah, so then the Hamites sold the Shemites into slavery, and then we came to America, and something about like, yeah, like when we came to America, we mixed with the Native Americans, and yeah, just that's what led us to be African American. We're not really Africans. The African.
Oh, I think it went out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think his mic went dead real quick.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all sound kind of crazy. Y'all hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
we can hear you.
Or better. Okay. So yeah, so basically the Hebrew Israelites believe that African Americans are not Africans because we're the Israelites that left Israel after Rome took over. And then yeah, so that's what they believe we are. And then the pretendians believe that we're the Africans that came here before slavery, before Columbus, and we were here before the Asiatic Native Americans got here, and they just call us they just tell us that our ancestors were slaves on this land so that we don't know our true history. They're keeping it hidden from us. And it's
I
like,
see. No, it's crazy. It
yeah.
sounds like the stuff like I think I told you like some time ago, like about like what happened in my area like this, like what Israel was some doing or something like that. I don't know if
Mm,
yeah, they were like because even they were pushing this Hebrew Israelite on Igbo people like this and yeah, like but especially during after this whole like it was even right before this October 7th that happened in a way to kind of like recruit people so they can start recruiting them to go fight in this crazy thing they got going on over there.
wow.
But yeah,
Yeah. So that's the thing. So the more I did my research, the more you see that Pan Africanism touches on all of those talking points that we were here before Columbus. That we know about Mansa Musa and his predecessor, and then it touches on the African origin of even Yahwism and Judaism, and how the Igbo people and the Limba people are tied to Judaism as well, and it gets real deep, but Pan Africanism always says we're African,
exactly.
and so that's what I was like. Okay, so the other like narratives are in here, but it ties us back to the truth, and it's backed by science and like resources and like studies, so I'm gonna go with that, like
Exactly.
yeah.
But that's yeah, but that's like yeah, but I wholeheartedly agree. That's like I said, like I've been trying to like create something. Like I'm actually working with this group like this, right? They're trying to create this like I think I told you like where we're trying to like do like main like African like history and education for people like this. And even like
Mm,
but it's like it encompasses all like this, right? Like all of us, like I'm talking all Africans, like around the globe, like this, right? So even
mm-hmm,
like I'm telling you, like we like in Nigeria, we're trying to bring books of like what happened here in America, to what happened to like African American people here in America, like the whole like this, right? So they
mm-hmm,
know the story, right? And also bring it like this to America, also what happened in Africa during all the stuff that we went through to like that, right? And kind of bridge that gap like this, so we know exactly.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Well, appreciate you coming up, brother.
no, that's good. Thank you. I always enjoy
Yeah,
like, your lives all the time.
yeah, man. You be in the comments setting people straight. I I appreciate you doing that
Anytime.
that extra labor.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anytime.
Um, Let me introduce the next guest. BME, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name, I'm 27, black, originally from Nigeria, and uh, E, yeah, im. Okay, so I was walking
What
here when I heard.
real quick, what people of Nigeria are you from?
Oh, okay. My dad is Robo, my mom is Igbo. I've been
All
here on your
right.
platform before.
Yeah, he's one of us.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. All right. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I was okay. So I was
Yeah. No. I
walking
just
and
like to give shout outs to the people, because when we talk with our African brothers and sisters, um, the national. I'm a believer of the teachings of Kwame Nkrumah, and I
yeah,
understand that the nationalities are a colonizer identity. So that's why I like to know. And shout out to the
that's
Igbo
true.
brothers and sisters.
Yeah, that's true. But when
Yeah.
you talk of the name Nigeria, it's originally it was given to us by Think Lord Lugard, and
Mm-hmm.
the flag. I heard you talking about flag. The flag was designed by his concubine, Flora Shaw.
Mm-hmm.
So it's it's
That's
really
crazy. I didn't know that.
yeah,
Wow.
identity that was imposed on us. So well, I heard
Yeah.
a sister came on earlier. I was walking, and that was what provoked me to request to come up. She
Mm-hmm.
said there's a narrative spreading like we Africans, we don't love ourselves. But that's a big fat lie. You see, we might joke on internet. We might, you know, there's, I don't know, there's something, yeah. We might stroke ourselves. I'll use the word stroke. That's we might mimic, abuse ourselves for fun. It's not that we don't love each other. We're just doing everything for fun. When a Nigerian goes to Ghana, well, we love ourselves. We're treated well there. When a Ghanaian comes to Nigeria, we're treated well there. Even African Americans, when they come to Nigeria, everyone is happy. You know, we are very welcoming. So please,
Yeah.
that narrative should end. I don't like when I see my fellow brothers and sisters saying, "Oh no, I don't want to go to Africa. I don't want to be pro-black." Because even the Africans, they don't love themselves. That's a big fat lie. I can tell you, Nigerians love Kenyans, Kenyans love Nigerians, love, the whole Africa. If you want to talk about people, segregating themselves from being African, then you talk about the people that are is it Arabis, or how do they call it? That the most the most countries that are, like Islamized, or I don't know how to speak that stuff. Yeah, so those are the countries that segregate themselves. Like when you hear Somali, we're like, oh no, I'm not black. I'm Somali. I'm Arab. They are part of the Arab leagues. So those are the
Mm.
people that segregate themselves from being African. So that narrative should please end today. And she was like, "Oh, I'm pro Jesus." Do you know how Jesus was? How the Christianity was spread? It was spread
Mm.
through violence. So you prefer to associate yourself with something that was spread through violence, and you segregate yourself from being African, and you said, "Well, yeah, I'm black.
Mm.
I'm not pro-black." No, that's very, very stupid. Sorry to say, no disrespect, but
Yeah.
sounds it sounds absurd. It sounds foolish. So when I heard it, I was provoked. I was like, "Oh no, I need to correct this narrative spreading." And talking about the topic here, does pro-Palestine equals pro-black? I'll say no. I'll say no. I know the war happening there right now. Yeah. When you talk of humanity, it's not good to unalive innocent civilians and so. But it does in any way. It does not have anything to do with us, because there's crisis going on in Congo. There's crisis going on in Sudan, but you don't hear the media saying those things. And you see
Mm-hmm.
most of those people that are deep into this religious bullshit. They will go put on a Palestine flag on their profile. But is there Sudan flag on your profile? Is there Congo flag on your profile? And you're saying you no. So being pro Palestine, yes, it's understanding that we all support humanity. Like, yeah, innocent civilians should not be unalived. But then being pro-Palestinian is in no way related to being pro-black. You understand? So I think the major issue, the major problem with Africa is, talking about Nigeria and Africa, the major problem there is religion. If you want to talk about politics, economic crisis, the origin all boils down to colonization, slavery, and religion. Because religion is really, really spiritual. Religion brings about unity.
Mm.
Religion affects your mindset. Religion is like mental sickness. It changes the way you think. It makes your judgments being biased. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and it brings about unity. When you look at Europe, I would tell you, Christianity is like a European thing. When you talk of the Roman Catholics, the Anglican, Church of England, they're all Europe, Europe, Europe stuff. You understand? And it was introduced to us via colonialism. It's not originally our thing. My name is Emmanuel. Yeah, it's a Christian name, and I didn't choose to be Christian. I was born into Christian. That's why I'm a Christian. If my father and mother is a Muslim, and they gave birth to me, I'll be a Muslim. So, but now I've grown, I've studied, I've done my research, and I have, I'm still, I'm, I'll say I've de-associated myself from anything religious belief. I'm a bunk. My mom is a deaconess. I play piano very well. I'm a bass guitarist. I play bass guitar. So yeah, I was deep into the church. But when you go to the university, yeah, I studied engineering. I'm a mechanical engineer. You know, when you go to
Mm.
university or you get good education, you should think, you should reason. But the problem with us Africans, or maybe the the blacks in the whole of diaspora, is that we are, I would say it's because the religion comes with punishment. You know, when they say if you don't believe in Jesus Christ, when you die, you go to hell. So that's the major thing holding people onto this religion. They don't even think about the present life. They are thinking about when they die, eternal life. So why can't I enjoy eternal life here? Why can't I enjoy prosperity on earth? Why should it be when I die? We Africans,
Hmm.
a lot of Africans are suffering. Yeah, on the media they tend to paint African poor, dirty, all sorts of. But when you come to Africa, you see that what the media say is so different from what you experience. Yeah, there's big cities in Africa. Abuja is very fine. Go to Lagos, very fine. Come to Port Harcourt, very fine. Come to Warri, you are okay. When you leave Nigeria, go to Ghana. Accra is a very very fine city. You see, and I understand there are some rural areas, and also as well here in Europe, because I'm in Europe. I'm doing my master's degree here. When you come to Europe, yeah, there are big cities, good. There are also poor people in Europe. There are people you see on the streets that don't have anywhere to stay.
Right.
Yeah, so there's poor people in Africa, there's poor people here in Europe. Opportuned, yeah, to be in one of a good, renowned university here in Europe, and it's because I would say, okay, if I don't have the money to fund my education, will I be here? So, but you tend to tell us that we're poor, we're dirty, we don't have money. But in my class, yeah, I'm paying up to 30k pounds. But the fellow Europeans there in my class, they're all here on on a student finance. A lot of them can't even afford the 9k or 11k pounds to pay their fees. You see, so the narrative about African, the narrative about uh, it just needs to change. You see, even when you talk of colonialism, the reason I'm also here is because of colonialism. Because back then home, we'll say, okay, they tend to demonize everything. Like, okay, I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, I will tell you about an experience I had earlier this week. Last, yeah, I went for an interview, a job interview last week. Yeah, because I'm doing my master's in advanced mechanical engineering. I went for a job interview, and I went through different online tests. I was opportune to be selected to come for the interview. You know, thousands of candidates applied. And when I went there, we were five. There was an English boy from University of Cambridge, a Chinese girl from University of Bristol, an Indian, but he's British, from University of Edinburgh. And we did this competition, test, everything together. And I know I performed very well then. I think on Thursday I got a call from the company HR. Do you know what she said to me? It was like, "Hello, Emmanuel, you did very well. There is nothing you could have done differently. You passed all the assessments. You answered good interview questions with good examples. But unfortunately, I'm sorry to tell you that the manager had a difficult time deciding, but they came to a conclusion based on educational background. Just with that, is that is very dumb and stupid.
Mm.
Like I get so like I asked her educational background. Ogo, tell me, what do you mean by educational background? Is it because I had my undergraduate studies in Nigeria? Okay, I had a bachelor's in engineering from Nigeria, yeah, and I'm doing my master's now from, okay, I don't want to mention the uni name, but it's a really good school here, well known. I was like,
Mhm.
so what does educational background has to do? At least I passed all your tests. You know, like, oh yeah, the other candidates also performed better. If it were to be in my position to choose, I would have choose you, but the manager just decided to choose based on educational background. I was like, okay, if everyone did better, you see, why not? why not conduct maybe another test, at least to be fair, to say, okay, to know who really deserved the position, and you just come up with the stupid ideas and say, oh, let's choose based on educational background. Oh, but the syllabus, the curriculum we're using in Nigeria, it's adapted from the British curriculum, right? So are you telling us that now we are having lower understanding or lower education compared to what the rest people that, the other candidates that schooled in Europe are? So you see, they don't, no matter how you try to, what I'm trying to say is that no matter how you try to elevate yourself, they will never see you to be equal.
My
Yeah.
God.
So yeah, no
Yeah,
Welcome
matter
we
to
know.
racism.
if you like be, have a PhD, you know, do good things, like I don't know, they will never seem to be equal because the feedback I got was so biased and so stupid, and I just told her, I said, then your managers, I was really blunt. I said this to her, I was like, your managers are stupid, and please hang up. I don't want to hear anymore. Fuck you. Sorry to sorry to use that word. Go on with your job. I'm no longer interested. At least it's not the end of the world. You see, so if not for colonialism, what would I be doing here actually? But there is this standard in Nigeria that when uh, if a white man brings something to Nigeria, yeah, they prefer it compared to when your fellow African, when your fellow black man design same thing. They were like, oh, they want to buy, maybe there's some Nigerian made cars now, but they'll prefer to drive the Benz, they'll prefer to drive the Bentley than to patronize the ones made in the country. You see, so that on education, we use the British curriculum, we do everything, we try to copy them and everything, but then you telling me due to educational background, but the degree is the same. Like, so how does educational background comes into play there? So that's what
Hmm.
we need to stop this narrative about Africa. I like even the religion. We need to do away with it. I keep questioning this religion of a thing, because and I would say the fear, fear is the major thing holding us to religion. Because when you say Christianity and Islam, I don't know about others, but they tell you that when you don't believe, when you die, you go to
Hey,
hell, and
I'm
there you
sorry.
spend
Can I
eternal
ask you a
life.
question?
Hokage, hold on. We gotta introduce you before you can talk.
Oh, I'm
But
sorry. My bad.
BME, you are running on kind of long. I don't mean
Yeah,
to interrupt you,
it's all right. It's all right. So
but
that just it.
yeah.
Can non-black people be pro-black? I don't know. I've not seen any. Everyone tends to be pro its ethnicity, be pro its community, so it should stay that way. I can't see the other question.
Can
Is it?
interracial marriage benefit the black community?
Oh, okay. The last time I was on here, I talked about that, and it's no, can never work. So that's my take on this. Thank you.
All right. Well, appreciate you for that story.
Well,
And
before he leave,
huh.
he said that he wasn't sure if non-black people could be pro-black. Right? Is that what you said, sir?
It's non-black people cannot be pro-black. That's what I tried
Okay.
to tell
Yeah,
you.
that's what he means. Not sure about that. Like,
Okay. I
no.
was no, I didn't. I wasn't sure if he was confirming that because I was gonna be like, well, think of it like this: can YT African be or whatever the hell they are over there? Can a YT person in Africa be Igbo?
Yeah, like when you go to South Africa, yeah, there's a lot of whites that South Africa, and I don't think it's being pro-black there because when they get the wealth, whatever riches and everything they get there, I think it's being sent to Europe. So it's not being pro-black, it's not being pro-African,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's not. If they can't be pro-black, you know, that's just.
Hmm. All right. Well, let me go to the next guest. Appreciate you. Um. Uh. I forgot your real name, but Black Swan. Give us your age, race, and pronouns.
Yes. Age is 33. My race is black. My pronouns are she, her.
Talk to us.
All right. So I'll answer the questions. Does
Mhm.
pro-Palestine equal pro-black? It does not. I think just almost everywhere I go, I see a lot of support for Palestine, but I don't necessarily see that same type of support crossover. Like I think in this space, in your space, and some other spaces, right? And when I talk to people that are Black or that are African from the continent specifically, like there is an understanding of what's going on in the Congo, and there is a pull to support, right? Sorry, give me one moment.
Everybody, we're going to bring the comments back when we get to 100K likes. We're currently at 79.4. Keep tapping, tapping, tapping. And we will bring the comments back. Or you can subscribe. Feel free to subscribe. I am going to start doing sub-only lives. I decided that today. Strictly for those that subscribe. We will have a more in-depth discussion on certain things. So I look forward to doing that. If anybody wants to subscribe, join us in the conversation, we will do that. So yeah.
Sorry about that.
All right, go ahead, Black Swan.
But yeah, I think that we don't necessarily see that same support when it comes to us. We were having a conversation today on D's Live, and we were just talking about Black love. And we just had so many people come into the chat and say all of these, negative things. But I think if we had changed that and we weren't talking about Black love as liberation, and we were just talking about Palestine and supporting Palestine, we probably, her numbers probably would have grown, number one. And number two, I think that everybody would be in there. No one would be, other than a certain group of people. For the most part, I think we would see support. And on her live today, the only type of support that we got was from people that looked like us. Everybody else came in and said, I think somebody said, well, all people love knows no color. Why can't anybody else have love? And I'm thinking to myself, nowhere in here has ever said, during this whole discussion that no one else can have love. Nobody said that, but there's this assumption, right? Because of whatever's going on within them. So I'll drop to number 2. Can non-Black people be pro-Black? No, they cannot. Prioritizing the progression of our community is for us. It's for Black people only, and that's it. It doesn't have to deal with any other group. They're not included. There's, I think that people think them supporting means that they get to, be pro-Black because of the way that we look at certain things like pro-choice, pro-Palestine. Like I don't think that they necessarily understand like what it really means to be pro-Black. A lot of people don't. But I think that like they need to, like, it's not for them. It's just for us. That's it. It's for Black people only. I think that if there are YT people that want to support, and not even necessarily support, I think that they need to go and talk to their people and do the work to become anti-racist. I talk about this all the time on here, but those are two separate things. Those are two separate things, right? Like them going to other people, them unpacking whatever's going on within them and learning what they need to learn. And that is not just after reading a few books, right? And when we talk about anti-racism, it's not just for one person individually to unpack what's going on within them. That's for them to go and then teach other people to do the same, right? That's anti-racism. That's dismantling that system. But pro-Black, that's for us. That's just for us to worry about us, how we can uplift ourselves and better our own community. And then can interracial relationships or marriages benefit the Black community? No, they cannot. They can't. I think when you really understand the history and the dynamics that we had, just in terms of, I don't even want to say relations because a lot of things were non-consensual back in the day. And just the way that it still affects us now, there's never, it's not like a interracial relationship has ever, there has been no change. There has been no change. There's no progression or, anything. I think if anything, it does take away from the Black community. We can talk about money. We can talk about if you have a YT mother and a Black father, you know, what we tend to notice, I guess, with a child's upbringing, what they go through in adulthood, or just as they get older, having to unpack certain things. But I really don't see any benefit. There's no proof of any benefit, nothing in any way, shape, or form. I'm not really there.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, appreciate you for that word. And we almost at 100K likes, y'all. Keep tapping.
I would like to say something.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to say that to be pro-Palestine is to be anti-black. I think that non-black people could never, and it's a hell to the no for me. And can interracial marriage be F no? Congratulations, we are done.
Okay. To say pro-Palestine is anti,
I say it's anti-black because black people's house is burning and you go over and put water in Palestine's house. Isn't that just like me? You go and water somebody else's grass.
That's interesting. Palestine wouldn't be Palestine without African slavery, right? The East African slave trade is what made the Ottoman Empire the Ottoman Empire. There's never been a call for reparations from Palestinians. That's interesting. Because to be pro-Palestine would mean you pro people that also persecute black people and benefit from it. That's deep. That's deep.
I was gonna say too, we all know in the world it's a hierarchy. And anything that seems, this is what gets me, anything that's black is on the bottom. But if you're the blackest of the black, and y'all know what I mean, I'm not just saying in the skin hue or color, but it's like the people they really deem bottom of the barrel, like they don't care because they profit off of your poverty, destabilization, and resources. Like for real, like they need that. Like I think about that everywhere, right? Because it's colorism in nearly every community, right? But it's like even those people will still poop right on us. Like even though like I'll be like, bruh. Like, and don't get me wrong. Again, I don't want anything that bad to happen to anybody over there, but bad stuff has been happening to us over here for longer than that. And I'm not trying to say, well, this is my oppression card. I'm gonna lay it face down and you just triggered a trap. Like, no, it's just saying that we can't get through our problems first, but get to yours. Like, how would you feel? We're not telling you going into the, pro-Palestine lives and be like, hey, maybe we should be pro-Congo or pro-Sudan or pro any other thing, Liberia, anything. You go there and say that, you know how mad they're gonna be at you? They're gonna be very upset. Like, bruh.
Yeah, true.
Like if we did the same thing, you'd be like, well, hey, this has been happening way before that, right? Like, the plight of the African American is still in turmoil right now. Even in the states you consider highly developed because the treatment we get is actually barbaric. I'm like, hey, if you think people aren't getting unalive too, I'm like, the comparison rates, this the thing. Your rates went up astronomically because of the time period and how it's gone throughout the wars that y'all are kind of fighting, I'll say. And I put that in quotes because it's just different. But our timeline of unaliving is astronomically higher than yours will ever be. Like, for real, think about it. I'm thinking about all the people who weren't documented to be unalive. Like, at least, and I say this because I heard about some of it, and it's very sad, but at least they have a registry of how many families they know are there. And if they do get unalive, guess what? They're immortalized. They're immortal. What are we? What are we? I'm like, bro, we don't get that title, do we? We're just deplorable. That's why I'm like, I don't understand, like, it's just, hey man, if we can't, we can't do nothing like, yeah, y'all best believe y'all, hey, how I feel to be at the back of the bus now. How I feel. Look, how I feel. Sit down. Take your talking to. Hey, like for real. I mean, cause this ain't nothing new. Like we've said stuff. We've tried to shout in the streets. We've tried to make change, but nothing happens until it happens to you. For real, nothing happens until
Right.
it happened to you. Like, oh
That's
wait,
right.
well, but that's my mama. It's like the people who be still kind of. And don't get me wrong. Like I understand crime is interesting, deviant behavior, psychology, blah blah blah. But the people that be so hyped over people that are like serial unalivers, like y'all make movies of these people families is still alive. They gotta scroll down Facebook and see memes of a dude pointing with a machete to the TV that you know is in reference to the person that unalived your relative. How barbaric. Third class
Yeah.
treatment. Like, bro, what? I'm like, for real? That's crazy. That's
Mm.
crazy. They done got the brothers and sisters. That racial laundering too. That gets me too.
Oh yeah,
Candace
yeah. That get
Owens,
yeah. Mm.
Jeffrey Mead. I just
Mm.
please. Cornball West. I like
Cornball West. Cornball West. Let me go to the new guest. Hokage Sin, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. Age, race, and
All right.
pronouns, please.
Yes, I'm 42. The pronoun thing, just helm me, you know what I mean, that nigga right
All
there.
right. Him. All right.
Race, I'm
Race.
also gonna go with that nigga right there.
Oh no, don't do that.
Because I'm black. No, wait, listen. No,
Don't say the
listen.
N word on this live.
Oh, okay. I won't. Give me a second. Let me change up my AirPod real quick. But the reason why I do say that the N word is because I don't look at it as a bad thing. Now I understand the origin. I do.
We
Right?
didn't tell you. We didn't say not to say it for moral reasons. We said not to say it because we're on TikTok and you're gonna get my live banned
Oh,
by saying that.
okay. All right, my bad. This is my first live. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so don't say like KI double hockey sticks. You just want to say unalive. Talk like you're talking on Barney and Friends.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Definitely. All right. So here's the thing. First thing. A lot of people say that Black Americans, African Americans, us, right? We're still African. I mean, well, that can go both ways, right? Because we've been here for well over 400 years and our genetics have changed. This is what makes us Black compared to being African, because African DNA is pure. We will hope so.
No, it's
Anyway,
not.
well,
It's the least pure DNA on the planet.
well, maybe, but
No, it is. It's
African
not maybe.
American.
Anthropologists, geneticists, they all agree African DNA is the least pure. We have the most genetic diversity of all people because all people come from us. So all the
Yes.
different variations that exist in quote unquote other races exist in us. And we because we live so peacefully amongst ourselves, we never had like for example Genghis Khan in Africa Debunks brought this up the other day, and it really I think encapsulates this whole
I
thing is
understand Genghis. I do.
Genghis Khan had sex with so many people that
Right.
to this day most Asian people are like his
It's like
descendants. But that
Genghis Khan is like 21%. It's like
but
21%.
but here's the thing. That never happened in Africa. So we don't all have one father. We don't all have one mother. We have many mothers. It is the most ethnically diverse because no one ruler came and conquered all of Africa and got everyone to mix together. So for thousands of years, we've been able to just have our different variations of Africanness. And at the
Right.
same time,
I'm
as
not.
African Americans, us being a variation of Africanness makes us still African.
What I'm saying is that because we had to suffer 400 years of slavery, in that 400 years of slavery, our women went through hell. Slave masters were not just, picking one or two or three. No, they were getting them all. So the same DNA that ran through those Caucasian masters, a fraction of it is still within us.
But it also
This is
came from us because
mhm.
going back to what I said earlier, they are a dilution of us in the first place. If I
They are
dilute something down, if I dilute the soap out of water and then I mix it with half soap and half water, it goes back to just being soap water.
right.
If you dilute something and then reintroduce back to it what you diluted it from, you're going to get back to that thing. So once again, we're just a variation of Africans, even if we are mixed with other. There's no genetic
I'm
getting
not
around.
disagreeing with you, my brother.
I'm
I'm
not
not
saying you
disagreeing
are, but
with you,
I'm
my
saying,
brother.
but you're saying that, but what you're saying, like, what's the
What
point
I'm
of saying any of it? Because what you're
what I'm
saying is not
saying
true.
is
It doesn't
what,
make
what
any
I'm saying is
difference.
what I'm saying is this: the United States of America created the one drop rule. They said, they said, if you have one drop of African DNA, you are black. So now we're talking about people like Patrick Mahomes. We're talking about people that are half white, half black, have melanin in their system, and yet
And that means that they're melanated because once again,
Listen to what I'm saying and stop saying you agree. Listen to what I'm saying. Do you
all
hear me?
right. Yes,
Listen.
sir. I hear
Open
you.
your
I hear
ears.
you. I hear you,
If
sir. I
I
hear you.
take all of the chocolate out of chocolate milk and then I put chocolate back into the milk I just took chocolate out of, it is still chocolate milk.
you understand?
Yes, I do understand. But what I'm telling you is this: is that even though, because I'm agreeing with you 100%, if you take
Then
all the
then stop.
chocolate,
Then stop. Then stop. Stop then. You keep saying I agree with you. I agree with you. But I'm gonna keep going. Like stop. What you're
but I,
saying
I get it.
don't make sense. It don't
What
make
I'm
no
saying
sense.
is,
Just stop then.
I'm just trying to land the plane, my brother. That's all I'm trying to do. So when I look
You
at the
trying to convince
Palestine
me
people,
that African Americans are not African, and I'm trying to tell you to shut the hell up, and you keep talking. So I don't know why you keep doing it. Stop. Just stop. Stop. Where you're going is dangerous. It's wrong. It's not backed by any science, and it's definitely not backed by any history. Because no people that have been taken from their land for less than 10,000 years becomes a new people. 400 years ain't shit.
what
Wars
I'm
have been
telling
fought
you,
in Rome longer than 400 years.
right? But that
Famine
war that
has
was fought
happened
in
in
Rome,
Africa longer than 400 years. People
the
have
war,
celebrated traditions, had cultures, civilizations have come and gone
I have all
in
I'm trying to
in
do.
more than just 400 years, bro.
What
This is not
listen,
enough
man,
time.
I sat here this entire time and I just watch you listen. I watch you listen. People came on here and they had their opinions, and you just heard their opinion.
Thank you, Leisha. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Stella. Appreciate you.
Yes. Oh, I think me, myself, and I had sent one too. Shout out.
Oh,
Yeah,
shout out
this
to
Yeah.
me,
is the
myself,
first
and I.
two.
Yeah, shout out for real, man. That was two brain cells that could not get together. I don't know what was going on. How are you trying to apply you fuck. I can't even say. He got me for like what? Like my
I
brain.
mean, what got me is I'm
Eugenics.
not
Like
black.
what he's talking about.
People aren't black because of the one drop rule. He's trying to say I'm not African because they're saying just because we got a drop of African that we're black. Even though a lot of us got more of a drop, more than a goddamn drop, because if you lined us up next to some Africans, you wouldn't be able to tell who's American and who's African. If you put a bunch of brothers in the line right now and try to guess where they from, you're gonna get it wrong. Because we all look the same. How the hell we still look like the same goddamn people that we are no longer them people? That don't make no sense. Europeans look different than Asians, right? Because they have been out the African continent for 100,000 years. So they have a whole different recessive look. We still have the dominant look because we have not been off that continent long enough to be a new people. We're the same people. It has not been, people don't know how short 400 years is. My wife's grandmother is 90. How old is she? 96? How old is she, Jess? She ain't hear me. No, she's not. She 89? I thought, nah, you said she was 90. Oh, she not next year? All right. Anyway, she 90 years old. 400 years is 4 grandmas. All right? So that means, so you see what I'm saying, though?
Yeah,
Like,
bro. Yeah,
that's just 4
Four
grandmas.
grandmas.
He was.
You know what I'm saying? Now, let's say it's a little
Right.
bit more than that. Let's say every grandma don't live to be 90 years old. All right, so maybe that's 6 or 7 grandmas. Relax. Relax. You're not a whole new thing for 6 or 7 grandmas.
This is black
Like,
math. Easy calculation.
what the hell? And it hasn't been no goddamn 400 years because millions of us came here within the past 200 years. It hasn't even been that long. Not even 200 years, 150 years. Most of us started coming in the early to mid 1800s. I'm sorry, late 18th century. So that's the late 1700s, like 1780 to like 1850s. That's a big chunk of us. It is not back no 400 years. Y'all don't all come from the first Africans that were brought to the Americas. And even if you did want to believe that, you probably done mixed in with the ones that came later on anyway, because like he said, they mixed us all in. They did not care about who your tribe or civilization that you come from. They didn't care about none of that.
I mean, he
So
was talking about Patrick Mahomes, bro. Like
I don't know who that
I already,
is.
bro. I'm pretty sure that's the guy from the NFL or whatever. I'm not too tip top in it, but I'm pretty sure that's him. He's like also a guy who is a black biracial. But I'm like, what do you mean? Like he had me at their half uh white, half black. I'm like, bro, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the Chiefs quarterback. That's what I thought. I'm like, what are you talking? I'm like, and then for real, it was like he was trying to use eugenics, talk about that, and I'm like, why are you trying to apply something first that wasn't even like look at what that is and who made it. Like, why are you trying to apply something that outdated and already not for us to a very nuanced topic of the multifaceted, kind of variations of our ancestry in the states that are now. Like, bruh, like I just don't know how he tried to discredit us, like discredit us like that.
That's
Oh, I'm not.
wild, man.
I'm not.
All
Just
these
call me that
people,
N word.
all these people we supposedly mixed with are still African people at some at well, we're mixed with different African people. Like if you say you came here in the late 1800s, you say I'm mixed with the quote unquote indigenous black people of this land that came here before Columbus did. Guess what? They were still African. No one has been here long enough. No one has been here long enough for us to be a whole new people. It took 10,000 years for the Native Americans who came across this Bering Strait from Asia into Alaska, became the Inuit people, and then all the way down through the Americas and into South America. It took 10,000 years for them that look phenotypically different than the Asians that are in Asia today. It takes thousands of years, not hundreds. Y'all are doing too much. Y'all don't know how short. And that's the thing. When you study history, especially Egyptian history, you start to see how thousands of years makes a difference, especially Egyptian history. You look at the Egyptian people today, and then you look back through Egyptian history and you see how they look different thousands of years ago. Like, and you start to see, like, okay, it don't have 400 years ain't nothing to Egyptian history. 500 years ain't nothing to Egyptian history. 200, 300, this is no time. Like, this is nothing. Doing too much.
It probably.
It's just we're American. America's a new country. And so to us, 100 years was a long time ago. Because we're a new country. So to us, 200 years, woo, that was the beginning of America. Like, nah, bruh. Nah. We a new thing. Like, this history shit go back. We still Africans in America. If we were something different, we wouldn't look like them. And we have a dominant trait. So no matter who we mix with, the child's gonna come out looking African. The child's gonna come out with melanin. The child's gonna come out with Afrocentric features. That's just how it is. No matter where we go, we make people look African.
I mean, they think that's a long amount of time. I be looking back like at segregation and stuff and be like, man, that was yesterday. I ain't even gonna lie. I be like, bruh, that dude, like a couple people who are still alive that integrated these schools are still around. Like they have Instagram accounts and junk, bruh. Like Ruby Bridges, like y'all, I know they said, oh, that's, or y'all always try to say her, say another one. It don't matter. That one right there will show you. Like that's crazy, bruh. Like you lived through a lifetime where you had to watch out for folks coming on your lawn to burn a certain image down. And now you're at the point where people are arguing to have integration with the people who still feel that way and imprison your brothers and sisters.
What's wild to me too is the whole, like, hypo descent or the one drop rule is wrong because that's what they want us to think. But they also wanted us to not believe we were African. You know that, right? Like, that's why they called us black. Because they didn't want us to be African. So you're literally going to do the work of a slave owner by telling us we're not African. That's why they came up with the term black. Because you can't tell people that they're inferior when they come from the richest land on earth. You can't tell people they don't have history when they have more history than Europeans, Asians, and everyone else combined. So you have to call them a color black. And so you will have people sit up here and say that we are not African, and it just falls perfectly in a line, just conveniently fits in with exactly what colonizers want you to think. That's just wild to me. Like what we do the work of white supremacy so well, they don't even have to do it no more. That's just wild to me. Like they don't have to do nothing. That's why I be saying if all Finlipians disappeared off the planet right now, white supremacy would still reign on this earth. If only Africans, and I mean diasporians, if only throughout the whole diaspora of the continent, if only Africans were the only last people left on this earth right now, white supremacy would live on in all of our minds.
Oh yeah, I mean it'd be an example of Liberia. Hate to put it that way, but it really would become that because they become so like desensitized and indoctrinated to what colonizers believed that when they took them back to the motherland to this place and gave them weapons, what did they do? They started running them folks like they was ran. Like, I mean, it only makes sense. The cognitive dissonance, it just be sad and something else. I'm like, bruh, where are all these people he's coming up with too? Like, if there are so many different groups and they're not these variations of African, where are they? Because you have to think, it was outlawed to be doing that certain thing. If you produced a a black biracial child at that time, they disowned you. You were bastardized. Like
Yeah.
you really couldn't even come out and be like, oh yeah, that's like this was illegal. Like think about it, interracial marriage. That wasn't something that got passed so far ago. Like we have the most
67.
we have the most exceeded population for black biracial children now because it's years later after people can finally get together. Like, okay, a few generations have gone by, but even still, where are these different variations? Is your only aspect to say us, the black biracial people? I'm like, because
Mm.
still, there's strong roots of us still being tied back to black. Like, bro, it's colorism everywhere. I agree with you. But it's still no different. Like, bro, they still treat you not good. Like,
Mm-hmm.
again, look at Cornball West. What you trying to do? Like,
Hey.
oh, bro,
Oh no, she
appreciate
said
you.
that's fine.
Oh, that's dope. That's dope. Appreciate you, me, myself, and I. But I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying, you see, it's like, even then, it's like you're still trying to blame us. Like, why are you trying to separate us so far from each other? Like, it's not our fault. It's not. Why are you trying to say, oh, you're not
That's
that?
wild too, right?
Then what
Like
are you? Like,
that's also wild. Like I'm not gonna claim my African roots because we were our mothers, grandmothers, ancestors was R worded. So I'm part of the R worder too. You
yeah,
know what
like,
I'm saying?
bro, like,
Like,
yeah.
yeah, I'm part essayer because the person that essayed my grandmother made sure I wasn't African. Like, why would you even want to claim that? Why would you even want to claim that? Peace, blessings, me, myself, and I. It's just wild, man. It's the more I hear it, it's just on the internet. It's just on the internet for real. I haven't heard it like in real life too many times, but it's just annoying, bro. The more you know about the history, it's just like, why the hell do you have time to not be African while we are currently being oppressed because we African? They're not just oppressing you because your skin is brown, y'all. And why do y'all come up here and say you're not black, but then gonna turn around and say you melanated? That's the stupidest thing y'all come up here and say. Don't come up here and call yourself melanated on my live if you don't also like being called black. I'm gonna say it again. Do not come up. I'm turning to Dr. Umar. I'm gonna start repeating things 3 times to y'all. Do not come up on my live and say you are not black, but prefer to be called melanated. You sound ridiculous.
No, I got you one better, brother. You say melanated is unmotivated. Melanated is unmotivated. You are black, brother. You are African.
And then somebody
Own
gonna
it.
come up here earlier and say that they prefer to be called colored. I'm like, are you serious? That's problematic because it centers the default is uncolored, right? Because if you're colored, that means you're saying that you have something like the thing that distinguishes you from the crowd is the fact that you are colored. So that means the default is uncolored. That means that you're saying white people are the default and you're one of them, but you're a colored version.
Hold on. White
No,
people are the
they are
default.
an uncolored version of us. So you are not colored. They are uncolored. They come from us. We are the original people. They are uncolored. You're colored. I mean, I'm sorry, you're not colored. You are human. You are just a person. They are uncolored. Anyone that comes up here and says that they are not black, but they are melanated, does not understand the word melos, where the word melanated derives, means black in Greek. So how you not black in English, but you black in Greek? That don't make no sense.
YT is the default, brother, and you are the asphalt. Like, bruh, I just don't understand it either, brother. Because thinking about it, like for real, it's you really try to put yourself like even saying the word melanated and then also colored. That sends in my mind like when people say, "Oh, people of color." And I'm
Mm,
like, what you people of color like that doesn't include us. I'm not gonna
it
lie to
don't.
you. It don't include a lot of people ain't gonna like that. But it don't include us. Because if it did, then we wouldn't have the same complications with people of color that we do because they segregate us from that group too. Well, I'm a person of color. Why didn't you just say you were black? I'm a person like, bro,
Mm-hmm.
like I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like
It's crazy.
that's not our group. That's not. That's for different model minority myths over there. That's not us.
For real.
We can't even fit that. Even if we tried. Like
Somebody
That's
said I
very
go by maroon. You go by moron. I don't know what. What is that? That oh my! Y'all be coming up with yo. I don't. Oh, it's wild. Y'all will be anything but black, and it's crazy. And it's like you don't even gotta be black. Like if you're gonna be bougie about it, don't be black. Cool, be African. Just say you African. That's all the ancestors agree that everyone can't agree on black. Black was a revolutionary term. Black is we are oppressed as black people. So we're going to unify under the term of our oppression because that way all that are oppressed this same way will be able to unify and increase our numbers so that we can create safe spaces for those that society deems black. So that was a revolutionary term in the 60s. That was strategic essentialism. Some of y'all don't even know enough about how politics and activism coalesce to create strategic essentialism to know what that is. Cool. That's real deep work for some of y'all. So cool. But if you don't want to be black, be African. That's it. Because we're not just oppressed by the color of our skin. We're oppressed by our ties to the richest land on earth, which America wants to exploit. They want to exploit Africa. So they're going to tell you you are color. They're going to tell you we're oppressing you because of your skin color. But it's also because they want to continue to oppress the Congo. Hashtag free Congo. They want to continue to oppress and take advantage of the Sahel region in Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. They want to continue to own land in South Africa. They want to continue to use the resources of places like Libya. Now that Gaddafi is gone, Sudan, they want Africa, and they don't want y'all feeling allegiance to Africa right here in their house. You are Master's Plantation right now. They don't want you coming down getting upset with them because of what they doing to your mama. It's ridiculous. Free Haiti, absolutely. Free. Hashtag Canala Pop Campe. Shout out to the Haitian brothers and sisters. Please don't come on my live if you ain't African. I'm about to be like Dr. Umar. That's what Dr. Umar be saying. He be saying Africans only. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Either Africans, and if you're going to come up here and be a non-African, you better not look African. That's all I'm going to say. If you want to come up here and you're a non-African, then don't look African. I might have people put their camera on. Because if you know what I'm saying? I'll have a conversation with an Asian person. I'll have a conversation with a European even. You know what I'm saying? If you want to come up here, have a conversation about some of the things that you're talking about, Palestine. Palestine is not our problem. That's your problem. If you want to come up here and talk about how you think your community should not be a problem in Palestine, then I might listen to some of that. You know what I'm saying? But to be honest, I'd rather just have Africans up here. It's just even when we try to host spaces where it's just African people in these public forums, you're not just gonna get us. Like, what's going on, Rashawn? Give us your age, race, and pronouns.
I'm 29. I'm black. I'm from America.
All right, your pronouns.
He, him.
All right, talk to us.
I think at the, okay, like it could be saying, you know what I'm saying, I'm black. I'm a dark skinned black man. I have all the African phenotypes. At the same time, it's like I can't even look back to a great great grandparent from Africa. So us being so far removed, it's like I only know American things. I only know American life. So to to have these African things, like to try to trace us back to our tribe, it's like we so far removed now. Like I feel like even if I was to go back to Africa today, I'm such a different person. We such a different culture that you really wouldn't fit
We're not.
there either. You know what I'm saying? I feel
We're
like
not that different.
you don't think African Americans and Africans are totally different?
How much work have you done rediscovering African cultures?
I've dived into it a little bit.
All
I'm
right. So
not
what are some things we have in common?
um dancing. I
Dancing.
think definitely like
Mm-hmm.
the type of music and the way we move may
Hmm.
be similar. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course, we gonna have all the similarities in the world. I could probably look damn near identical to an African man over there. I was just saying,
Mm-hmm.
like, us as African Americans,
It's
we
a
have
lot
to.
more than just dancing. It's
I
a lot. We have a
from the
lot.
food we
I
eat
would
to the products
say
we use. Yeah, I just think.
not just the products. I'm talking about the products is like capitalism. That's like buying stuff. I'm talking about like the way we speak, our idea of love, our idea of time, our idea of spirituality, the way we even worship in any religion, whether it's Christianity or Islam, is still deeply rooted in African um, customs going back thousands of years. Um, the way and if you want to go into music, we can, but even the way we eat, the way we eat, that's what got me the most is our definition of time. We don't even understand is different than Europeans because we and that's the big greatest trick is that we speak the same language as our oppressor. So when they say I love you, we think they think the same thing of love. Like we think, but we don't understand Africans believe in things in their purest form, and Europeans don't. So even like Christianity, for example, we believe that God loves us all, that Jesus died for our sins, and we are forgiven in its purest form, and that we shouldn't we should treat our neighbor the way we would like to be treated. We believe that heavily. That comes from Africa. That's what African brothers and sisters call Ubuntu. I am who I am because of who we all are. Humanity, treating someone the way you would like to be treated, is empathy. And the funny thing is that we believe the Europeans believe this, but they have never once in any of their Christian movements shown us that they believe in humanity. Never once. They've only believed in it politically for power and control. That's the only time that they've even the reason they adopted Christianity in the first place was for control and power.
Yeah, I believe like, and you got a lot of the same things going on over there, like power and control, like people, you know what I'm saying, forcing people into labor for cheap. It's a power struggle over there too. I just feel like, do you feel like black people shouldn't have their own identity being an American through the 400 years of struggle, through everything that we've progressed through and been through? Do you think we shouldn't have the freedom to create our own identities as African Americans here?
There is somebody correct me. I think Africa Debunked. Are you here? How many different ethnicities are on the African continent? Africa
All of
Debunked.
pretty much probably all of them at this point. I mean,
Nah, I think it's in the thousands. I know it's above the tens of thousands, but I want to say 100,000. But someone's gonna have to correct me.
No,
But
I think that's
oh,
it. It's
someone
a
said
lot.
7,000.
Yeah, it's a lot of them. I was about to say several
Okay,
thousand.
yeah, several thousand. Okay, so 7,000. I know the languages it gets crazy, and the traditions it gets crazy, but 7,000 different ethnicities on the African continent. Take that in. Take that in. Think about it. Do you want to count? That's a lot. You understand? So us having our own unique identity as Africans is just another ethnicity. It doesn't change the fact that we're Africans. It's just a
mm,
different ethnicity. Just because we eat food a little bit differently, we eat French fries, doesn't make us not African no more. Because the way we season our food, the way we might season our chicken, the way we season our French fries, or go to a restaurant or put I don't know yams on a plate. These things come from Africa,
do
so
you,
it's like We still African. We just doing something differently. That's what Africans do, though. Africans always take what their oppressor gives them and turns it into something for them.
So
We
you think
took Christianity and made it shouting and hooting and hollering, and that's also African. Like, that's what we do.
Also, we're not American, babe. You
you
realize the
don't think
history of
black
us?
people?
We're
Hold
we're
on.
not American. They don't consider us American. Do you know the last name change when that was to African American, babe? You know what they was calling you before? It wasn't African American,
So
babe. Listen,
you don't think black people here should embrace being American?
what is
Because
American, babe? What is that?
we got black people now from the UK. We got black people from Greece. We got black
Listen,
people
listen.
from.
What is American? Tell me that. Listen to the history you're saying. American, right? We were not called that at all up until recently. Think about that. We were colored and some more. Think about it. We were never American. When we were 3/5 of a person, do you think you were American then?
You got a point there.
Like you can't even compare us, babe. Cause what is African American? Tell me, it's so removed from our continent that they had to add on the American part because they said, nah, they still African. Like, bro, we don't even get to be regular American, babe. Like, think about it. Do they just call you American or do they say African American, babe?
So do you feel like your ancestors fought for these rights for you not to embrace them?
They fought for them so we could be
They did.
connected to our ancestry, not for
They
this.
fought for these rights to improve the conditions in which they were living. They did
Yeah.
not fight for these rights to one day feel an allegiance to a plantation they did not wish to work on. That's the weirdest logic that I've heard people come up here and say. I'm not speaking to you, sir, particularly, but just in general, something that I've heard brothers and sisters say is the reason I'm American because my mama and my grandpa worked on America and we built America. Like, y'all sound wild. Our ancestors didn't build America because they wanted to come to America and build it. That's wild as hell. That's called Stockholm syndrome.
And
If
I
I
get what,
kidnap a woman and make her come here and clean my bathroom, and she says she won't leave when I tell her it's okay for her to go because she said I clean this bathroom, I'll live in this bathroom now, she would say she had Stockholm syndrome.
No, she's bathroomican. You know,
You know what I'm saying? That's
she's
ridiculous.
bathroomican, bruh.
We didn't want our ancestors didn't want to when our ancestors reached these shores, they cried tears. They didn't know when they would ever see their loved ones again. And we sitting here talking about no, we don't want to leave massa. We love our plantation. We came here and built and worked on it.
I'm just saying
Meanwhile, the land that our ancestors wish they could have went back to, for us, it's a $400 ticket and a plane flight. And we don't want to do it because we feel so much allegiance to the pain that was brought on us here that we don't even consider ourselves one of them. It's the most backwards thinking.
You and me was born on this soil. We got every right to
Being
be
born
here.
somewhere does not make you from there. That is another colonizer myth. That's another. Only colonizers believe that where you were born is your land. The reason they believe that is because they kept going to other people's land and essaying the women and having babies. So they had to. They were doing that. So they had to make them babies feel like they own that part of the land and they could take it over. That's a colonizer thing. Just because you're born, we are African by blood. We are African by lineage. We are African because if I stuffed your mama, back up her mama, back up her mama, back up her mama, for 10,000 years, we would be back in Africa. That's what makes you African.
How can you call me African? I ain't never seen the continent. I ain't never been over there.
But
I ain't
I just
never.
explained to you how that's a colonizer myth. I just
I ain't
explained to
never
you
stepped up.
that that's a colonizer idea. I just explained to you that that's a colonizer idea that you don't have to actually be somewhere in order to be from there. You would never look at an Asian person that's been here since the beginning of America and say they wasn't Asian. They would tell you they was Asian. Only Africans have to feel like we're not from Africa because we've been here so long. As if Jackie Chan Whereas here, and his family been here since 1800, and he still looked like Jackie goddamn Chan, you would look at that man and say, "You are Asian, sir." And if he told you he wasn't, you would think he was crazy.
True.
Only black people say, "Oh no, you something different now. You can't claim Asia. You've never been to Asia."
What's wrong with African, Rashawn? What's wrong with
I'm not saying
African?
anything's wrong with it. I'm
But
just
you're
saying I was
trying
born
really
in.
hard to defend that
I'm
you're
not. I'm
not.
not saying anything's wrong with it. I just know for a fact.
Well,
I
it's
was born in
implied
Cleveland,
how much
Ohio.
defense you have over us saying that you're African. Like, if you have so much defense, do you go into the YT live talks and say, "Hey, you know, I'm just American, guys. Don't call me African." Like, I'm just wondering, because why are you trying so hard to prove to us, the people that look just like you, right, that
You
you're
call me
not
okay? All right,
African,
all right.
so
Because you
they're
can't
not?
convince. You can't convince them.
All right, because this is where the identity shit gets skewed. Because I'm like, okay, I'm an African American. What do you call an actual African that recently comes over then and gets his citizenship? You
All
would
right,
call him.
I could solve this one for you. This is a common misnomer, little confusion. Where would this African person be from that came to
All right,
America?
let's just say you got a brother from Nigeria coming over here. What would you call him? But he gets his citizenship. He gets his rights to live over here.
Mm-hmm. All right,
We're
I know
both.
what I would call him.
At that point, we're both African Americans, but we're
No.
definitely
You know what
different.
I would call him? You know what I'll call him? I would call him Nigerian American. Shout out to the Nigerian American. Go ahead. What other African come here in Zimbabwe Americans? Shout out to the Zimbabwe Americans. Oh, Ghanaian Americans? Okay, shout out to the Ghanaian Americans. So it's the country you're from and the country you at. That African American is not the country you from and the country you at. African American is an ethnicity, not a nationality. African American is an expression of African culture on American soil. So we do things a little differently in our own unique flavor, but all of our customs, all of our traditions, passed down for the past few hundred years, go back to African traditions and customs. We are no different than any other Africans.
Yeah, I don't think you realize we don't have a specific ethnicity most of the time because we don't know where we're from in Africa. Like you said, sir, we don't know. So we just get African. Like, that's not even specific. Like, it's very general
I would be
term.
careful saying we
It
don't
is.
know
That's
where
a
we
whole
from in
continent.
Africa.
Well, that's
I
what
would
he
say
said.
we from
Look,
all over Africa
that's
because
what he
That's a
all of
said.
whole
Africa is in
continent.
us.
That Africa is huge.
He don't know
That's a
nothing.
whole
He said he
continent.
don't know. That's why I'm like, what, bro?
I know, but that you gave him a little bit of
I don't know.
No,
stamina
well, I'm just.
when
Well,
you
you're
said
right.
that.
You're right.
I
I
know what
can't do
You
that.
hospital I
don't
was
want to
born
say
in. I
we
know what
don't
state
know
I
where
was
we
born
from.
in. I know what
We
country
know
I was
exactly
born in.
where we from. We are from all of Africa. Even in Africa, there are Africans that will tell you African Americans have claim to all of Africa because when we were sent here to America, they mixed us with all the Africans. You don't know where your mom's side of the family could have been from one civilization, one society. Your grandparents could have came from two different societies in Africa. You don't. We are all mixed with all of that stuff, and so the entire continent of Africa is ours. That is how it goes. That's why we call ourselves African American. Mostly, if you want to look at where our culture customs come from, it's mostly West African. Mostly tied up in there. But because we are a diverse group of people, just like the diverse group of people in Africa, by the way, we just talked about how there's 7,000 different ethnicities. There's 7,000 because genetically, East African is more genetically different than a West African than an Asian is to a European. I will say that again. Jackie Chan and Orlando Bloom are more closely related than I don't know, Burna Boy and what's the girl that played in Black Panther? Lupita Nyong'o. Lupita Nyong'o and Burna Boy, even though they both black, even though they both have dark skin, they are not as closely related as Jackie Chan and Orlando Bloom because they have such recessive traits that they have been whittled down to just having certain phenotypes. Every European can be traced back to one common ancestor 800 years ago. He was a king named Charlemagne. One common ancestor only 800 years ago. You cannot say that about any African because our ancestors go back thousands of years. We have been so mixed because our black women have the Eve gene. So we don't have the whittled down to only having a certain specific type of look. We have more genetic variation in our blood because life comes from black women. So they have something called the Eve gene to switch up your DNA every few generations. They just do that automatically.
Yeah, I know art and a lot of people genetic makeup has become convoluted. Like when you do a 23andMe or do a DNA test or anything, you know you're not just no one thing. You're not just no one entity. I just
But
feel
that's
like
why I'm saying genetically, even if we look at it genetically, we're no different than Africans because even on the continent, they are more genetically diverse than people in Europe and Asia. And you wouldn't say Jackie Chan and Orlando Bloom are part of the same race. So the thing is, we are no different than anyone else. We are just Africans on American soil. We mixed with maybe some Native American. Maybe our grandmothers got SA'd by some white T men. But all of those that left Africa have the same genes that left Africa. And we have more than what they have. You understand? That's what recessive means. Is we have what they don't have. And they
do you
have what we already have
do you
because we
feel
have dominant genes. So if you mix us with, we have all the cards, and then you mix it with cards we already got, we are still going to be African at the end of the day.
do you feel like with us identifying with somewhere else, it kind of takes away for us feeling like we have a claim here? Like with us identifying with
Why would you
Africa,
want to claim here?
I feel like we've been here so long, bro. Don't you
But why
want
would you
what's
want to
due
claim
to
here?
you? Who, like, did all those people die for nothing? Did all those people
Yes.
lay down their lives for nothing?
They
You have
didn't choose
claim
to come
here.
here and lay down their lives. That's what your problem is. You keep thinking some hero mission. Yo, let's go to America, guys. We're gonna build it up and give our lives so that we can build America. No, they were forced to come here. You doing it again. Stockholm syndrome, bro. You have cognitive dissonance. Stockholm syndrome, bro. They didn't want to come here. This was a nightmare for them. They did not want to be here to build this country. They were forced to be here to build this country. If they had a chance to turn around and go back to Africa, they would have gladly. So that's the difference. Now these Europeans is the mindset that you're taking on because they decided to come here and build America no matter what the cost. So they taught you to care and feel an allegiance to blood that was lost in American soil because they chose to come here to do that. We did not want to come here to do that.
I'm just saying, through all the history, through everything that's happened, we ain't had ancestors that fought in world wars. We didn't had.
They didn't choose to do that either. They were at the front lines. They were at the front lines of the war. They said when the Germans saw America coming, they thought it was Africa because there were so many black men on the front lines. They would just send us to the front lines to die. Sorry, unalive. They treated us like solder. I don't know what you call it, but we would just
Fodder.
fodder. There you go. That's how they treated us. We didn't want to do that either. We didn't give a damn. What was World War II going? What was that? How did that help us? We come back and they still calling you the N-word. You sit here talking about we pledge allegiance to the flag. It's ridiculous.
I ain't even gonna lie. That's why I kind of shed a tear when they be recruiting us for the different parts of the military. Like I
We got black
understand, but
people in
that's
the
a trap.
military right now.
That's a trap,
I was
my
just saying,
boy.
like,
That ain't for us. That's not for us. What you laying down your life for a nation that don't want you here?
we got
Baby,
black
be
Marines
real.
right now. We got black SEALs
Okay,
right
and I pray
now.
for
I'm just
them. I
saying,
pray
like,
that they get the mindset to get up out there, honey. Like that's literally a cycle for poverty. Who do you think they're trying to funnel into those places? They had community colleges recruiting us. They try to get me. I'm like, no, no, no. I
Like
don't care what the bonus look like, baby. I
imagine you got
don't
a family
care.
member fighting for this nation, and you turn
And
around and
I'm
when he come
praying for
home and
them.
say,
They
"This
shouldn't
not
be
your
there.
nation."
They shouldn't be. They say that to them. I don't say that to them. They say it. Like they come home, they shell shocked. They got the 10-yard stare, and guess what they get? Not even a hot in a cot sometimes. You know how many black veterans are homeless? You know how many black veterans have unalived from that pressure from people who still don't even want them here? And it's because of the Navy Federal Credit Union who is being so racist right now that they're getting sued for billions. Class action. Like, bro, be real. That's a trap for us. That's a skim scam flim flam. Don't do it. Don't do it. Like it really
Yeah, I
is.
mean, join the military industrial complex that's taking resources out of your homeland while you continue to say that you're not from there. Join the military industrial complex that's taking advantage of Africans left and right. Let's go join them in pillaging our own land while we continue to say we from America, we ain't from there. This is ridiculous. This is
It's
backwards thinking.
It's a new
It's a
name on
backwards
the
thinking.
prison complex. You just volunteer to do this one. A lot of the other time we in the prison penal system getting sold for your labor, you don't have a choice because you got convicted of a crime, right? Deviant behavior, which again is also social. We dictate that. But again, you choosing to go into this where again, like I said, the pay is not even adding up. You know that the army for our nation right now is having problems recruiting. And this is not just from our groups, but all of them. I'm like, nobody want to work for that, especially if you're in the minority. You know how many SA allegations they also have against people, especially black women, and y'all don't listen to us or them? Like, be real, bruh. It's a trap. It really is. Don't do it. It's the prison complex with another name on it. It
I'm
really
just
is.
I'm just saying, like, if I get me a work visa and go back to Africa to work or do something over there, you know what they're gonna call me? They're gonna call me
You don't
a
need a work visa to
American.
go back to Africa. You don't
They
need a
gonna they
visa
gonna
at
they
all.
gonna call me a
Basically.
American. They not
You
gonna
don't
call
need a
me no
visa. You don't need a
African. They not
visa.
gonna look at me as
You
one
don't
of
need
their
a
own.
visa. You
They
don't
gonna
need a
say, "Oh,
visa.
that's the
You don't
American."
need a visa to go back to Africa. You can go to Africa right now and get dual citizenship. They'll make you a citizen. They're not going to call you American. They will give you dual citizen in 13 countries in Africa right now just by going. They as an African American, they will consider you an African in 13 countries and offer you dual citizenship. They won't call you American. I mean, yeah, you are American, so they're gonna call you. Might someone might call you an American, but they're not gonna call you American because you're not one of them. They're gonna call you American because you're one of them from America, and they're gonna, you know what they're really gonna call you? They're gonna call you brother. That's what they're gonna call you. They're gonna call your wife sister. That's what they call you when you go there.
Maybe even queen and king. Maybe even.
I mean, yeah, if they see her with the child, then yeah, they'll
Well,
definitely
yeah.
call your wife a queen.
That's what I'm saying. So, hey,
I don't know. I'd be pissed if
13
I found
countries
out I
will
was like
offer
in
you
the bloodline
citizenship.
of royalty over in Africa though, and and I didn't know it the whole time for
South
some 17
Africa,
years.
Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria. These are great places to go. They will even Ghana will offer you money to build a house. They will offer. They want you to come, and you sit here in a country that don't want you here. They've shown time and time again they don't want you here.
Yeah.
And then Africa saying, "Come on, you're one of us. The year of return. You could come here and get a. We'll make you dual citizenship. We know what happened in the transatlantic slave trade. We want to correct that. They'll call you brother, sister. They want you come on home." And you're saying, "No, I ain't one of y'all. I'll join America in the industrial. I'm sorry, the prison, not prison, military industrial complex. I'll join them." In coming to take over your land. Yeah, I'll do that. But I ain't one of you. Like, it's wild. It's wild. It's Stockholm syndrome and cognitive dissonance. It's what cognitive dissonance means. You know what's going on, but you act like you don't. So you know what's going on. You know how we treated here. You know we ain't treated like no damn Americans. If we was treated like Americans, the Constitution that binds all Americans, that says all men are created equal, would mean that you would be just as equal and able to prosper and able to of not be sentenced to harsher punishments when you are accused of a crime, which 50% of the times we're exonerated because we're over policed. You wouldn't be denied housing at 50% 50% of the time by Navy Federal. You wouldn't have medical racism. All men were created equal if that was meant to include you.
Bro, you can get a
I,
loan in Africa. It's
and
way
I
easier,
get
man.
I
You
get
can
what you're
build a
saying.
business
We
way
got
easier.
black men over in America getting dead wrong, getting pulled out of cars and shot by the police and stuff like that. We got black people getting dead wrong here in America, but we also got schools being built by Oprah where little girls getting snatched up out that motherfucker too.
Bro, she
Don't act
leasing.
like it's
She
all
don't own that,
sunshines and
baby.
rainbows over
Listen,
there.
she don't own
You
that,
feel what I'm
honey.
saying?
She's leasing. She don't own that. That's still owned of like totality by some white tea people, babe. That's not her. She just paying rent, basically. I'll just sum it up for you like that. I mean, that's true. LeBron
I
James
mean,
doesn't
yeah,
own
I
that
mean,
school.
now we're talking about just like one school, and we're talking about, Africa is bigger than the United States, right? Like
Yeah, hell yeah,
like
way
yeah,
bigger. Hell
way
yeah.
way like way bigger. Like China and America can fit into Africa and have much more room. So I mean, we're talking about a school now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, and their grades aren't looking too well. LeBron's school, like they haven't passed their math like state exams
Oh
up
yeah,
to par and
I'm from
proficiency
Ohio. I know
for
what's going
several
on.
years. So tell me how they're really helping.
Yeah,
They're
I'm from
not.
Ohio. I know what's going on with that. I feel like no, but I feel like the whole story not really being told
someone
on
said,
that
let's talk
end.
about U.S.
That the whole
schools and
story not really.
safety.
You can't pull kids out of a bad school immediately put them in a good one and accept it to just immediately like a blink of an eye just change. You know what I'm saying? Like they was pulled out of them shitty schools. You know what I'm saying? They was pulled out of them crap schools where they were not being cared for properly, where they
That's
were not
actually
being taught
also
properly.
that's
It's not
also
gonna
not
work like a
true.
light switch.
It is. It is actually. They've known to say that if they take a black boy out of a school where his peers are all white tea and put him in an environment where his peers are black, he begins to immediately thrive better in those conditions. It may not be tip top level, but it is improved dramatically. Depression, anxiety, stress levels, they go down. He's like,
Mm.
because he's not looked at as negatively. Like there are studies where, in the classroom, YT peers and even other peers alike, they all look at the black boy first. He is the one they think is doing something wrong, even when he's not doing anything wrong at all. So that is what
Mm.
you're saying is also not true. They actually do help a lot.
I just think like me being in Ohio, I know it's a lot going on in Akron. As somebody that has actually lived in Akron for a little bit in their life, I know it's a lot going on out there where it's just not black and white. Like I know what's going on out there. I can see it. I know what's going on out there, and I can understand why grades is down and what's actually going on in that city. That city got a lot of repairs to make,
All
not
right,
only with the schools. That city got a lot of adjustments to make.
y'all,
Period.
we veering off topic now. I got somebody new up here I want to talk with. Thanks for coming up, Rashawn.
All right, yeah, I'll drop down.
All right, Kojo, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Age 55. Race black, African. He, him.
All right, talk to us, brother.
I think, I could speak, when I brought my daughter into a private school when before I was in the mindset that I am right now, thinking that I was doing something good for her, she immediately went into depression because of the amount of anxiety that she experienced while she was in that school. And when I got her back to her people, everything panned right back out. Black folks don't learn like white folks, or maybe they put something in curriculum to prevent us from learning in such a way
No, you're right.
that's conducive to us. Because I know we are hands-on and we are verbal. I know that much.
Our African ancestors didn't learn things by reading them from left to right. We would learn, or things were passed down orally, and part of that included rhythm, drumming, and also yeah, like the that's why a lot of us, that suffer with dyslexia, like the African way of teaching would have worked better for us, and
Yes.
also ADHD. Um, uh, African teaching. I don't know if you've ever watched Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Have you ever seen any of his lectures?
Yes, yes, wonderful.
Okay, you see how he's a teacher, but it's almost kind of entertaining, like the way he
Yes.
got jokes, the way he, so that's an African way of teaching, is to always keep it entertaining. We will always find a way to like make it fun to learn.
Yes, and I
So
think it's very imperative that we find ways to implement that type of teaching, more in our, no more for our children, especially the re-educated that must be implemented also. And when it comes down to it's unfortunate that we see and we witness people saying that, I'm American. Man, I am a forced American. I feel like I'm you know that old saying in the church where they say I'm a pilgrim in a barren land. I'm in a strange land. I
mm-hmm.
know exactly what my ancestor was talking about when I hear that now. When I
Mm-hmm.
hear old songs like Ship of Zion, they got my mama, they got my daddy, they got all that stuff. When we look at that, even in Christianity, when we was worshiping, we
Mm-hmm.
had a remnant of our ancestors. And it's strange that I see that now at this age, but
Yeah.
it's been remnant all my life because I remember the wonderful day that I didn't stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance to that damn flag. And
Mm-hmm.
everybody looked at me, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. I said, no, no, brother, I'm proud of myself. I am
Mm-hmm.
real proud of myself. And that was start of indoctrination, even back in kindergarten. They say, repeat after me. And that's what we
Mm-hmm.
did. I never knew why the hell I had to learn Roman numerals.
Mm.
All of the things that we saw along the
You're
way.
right.
And I look back over that and how they uh particularly told us how they discovered and how they conquered and how they did. And I'm like, okay, where my people at? Where my people
Mm.
at? Well, y'all had, they made light of slavery like we wanted to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Then come to find out the meat and potatoes of it. And now here we are. And they spent a lot of time separating us from our lands. And they spent a lot of times on the land separating them from us.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
now we got this younger generation that want to be everything but an African. It's a
I felt
damn,
that in my soul when he said that. I heard that.
it's a damn shame.
Mm.
And I can't blame it on our education system. I blame it on the ones that willingly want to be ignorant.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's willful ignorance.
Yeah.
And I refuse to say, well, they wasn't taught right. No, you didn't do no investigations, and you would not listen to historical and verbal historical points that
Mm-hmm.
your ancestors have passed down. I remember my grandmama and my granddaddy telling me what was going on back in those days. And I'm 55 years old, and my daddy never saw a Choctaw in the cotton field with him.
Yeah, that's facts. I've heard those same accounts from my elders. My father was born in 52, and so like my parents were old when they had me, and they would tell me about some of the things that they witnessed from their grandparents, and stuff
They,
like that.
they used to
And
tote
none of them
cotton.
ever said they was in the field with no Choctaw.
I never heard them say I was in the cotton field with a Choctaw, and they had to tote salt meat and hot biscuits in their pockets just for them. They put their hands in their pockets when in the wintertime so that their hands wouldn't freeze up.
Uh-huh.
while they walked to school. And the only field trip that they knew was from the school to the cotton field. That's
Mm-hmm.
unfortunate,
Yeah.
but that's the way things were. It was like
Mm-hmm.
you either worked or you got. And a lot of my uncles, they left here. They left Mississippi and they went and they ran to the army because they thought it was going to be better.
Right.
Just like they did us in the 80s. They offered you money and free education, and which was the trap. They tell you what they're gonna do for you, but they never tell you what you got to do for them.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? My great uncle, after 20 years of his death, just got a Purple Heart.
Wow.
But they
Wow.
treated him like crap when he got back.
Wow. 20 years after?
After his death, and then here they want to have a ceremony.
That's cold.
Just like when African countries got their independence right there in the late 50s and the 60s, it was only a damn ceremony.
Mm.
That's all it was. Did you really get independence? Why does it cost so much for me to go? Why I got to go through Europe just to get to my country, get to my homeland? I think reparations ought to be like this. Give me about $5 million in a free trip, and I'll be good.
Mm-hmm.
And leave the hell alone.
Mm-hmm.
Just leave
I
us alone.
heard that.
Go back to Africa, but you'll follow us there because you can't live without us.
Right.
I'll land
Mm-hmm.
my plane on that. Oh, by the
Absolutely.
way, good evening, host, and good evening, everybody on the panel. I'm so sorry. I that last man just disturbed the hell out of me.
He sure did, man. I appreciate you, Unc. Shout out to the elder man, Kojo. Kojo be coming up here just dropping some wisdom on us. I appreciate you adding value to the conversation. And I hope you're doing well too, Kojo. Much love to you, brother. And then I got a next guest up here, Bills Biller. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Hi everyone. I hope you're all right. Age, I'm in my 30s, African, and what I want to tell people that are on this panel is that a lot of people, especially African Americans, don't understand Africa because Africa's got over 2,000 tribes, 2,000 languages. That means 2,000 cultures, and when you go to university.
Real quick. Did you give us your age, race, and pronouns? Did he do that, y'all? Am I tripping?
I'm he. Age, I said I'm in my 30s. Race, African.
Okay, talk to us.
Okay,
Go ahead.
all right. Like I was saying, I was telling my people that Africa's got over 2,000 tribes, over 2,000 languages, over 2,000 cultures, and that means if you go back to, let's say, even transatlantic slave trade, it doesn't mean that all cultures practice it. And what I would want to tell my people in the diaspora or African Americans, because this is a panel for mostly African Americans, is that if you go to the west part of Africa, you'll understand that the British were there for over 500 years.
Mm-hmm.
But they go to East Africa, because I'm from East Africa. They go to East Africa in the late 1800s, but they were already in West Africa for 500 years. And I've been seeing people debating and say that, oh, Africans sold Africans into slavery. No. So if the British were in West Africa for 500 years since 1400s, and they only got to West Africa, I mean to East Africa in the late 1800s, we never had anything to do with transatlantic slave trade because Africa is diverse, is massive, massive. And like I said in the back, I said Africa's got over 2,000 languages, over 2,000 cultures, over 2,000 tribes. And not every tribe participated in that. And in fact, when we talk about slavery, most people have to understand that there were people who were called outlaws. There were criminals, of course. In any society that ever existed, there were always criminals. And criminals, most of the criminals that were caught, a lot of them, because they could not be punished, it was easier for them to be given to the Westerners. You get what I mean? And also, there were invasions as well, because these people had the guns and all those advanced weapons, so they could invade villages and capture prisoners of war. And at the same time, there was enticement. They could tell people, okay, oh, we are here doing trade. Could you help us move these products from this point to this point? And if you
I'm
move
not
these
sure.
products,
What do
if
you,
you
what do
move,
you, where are you going with all of this? Because I'm not sure.
no. I'm trying to get back to like there's a blame here and there. So I'm trying to go back to or try to enlighten our people because there's a blame that's been happening, and uh, I wish a lot of people could understand that we feel the African American pain because a lot of us, especially the people from the east part of Africa, if you were to divide Africa into half, all the way from Egypt all the way to South Africa, if you were to divide
Hmm.
it into two, the eastern part of Africa never had to do anything with transatlantic slave trade. And a lot of people been blaming Africans,
You
saying,
said East
"Oh,
Africa had nothing to do with the transatlantic slave trade.
yes, never did." Because remember,
What is the point of saying that, though? That's what I'm confused about.
because remember, I said the British go to the Horn of Africa, where you have like Somalia, the Red Sea, and all that, as
Yeah.
late as 1890. Okay, so the British were actually trying to introduce slavery in that region in the 1890s. Okay, but they
It
were
had
already
already
in
been
West Africa.
introduced, right?
They were in
The
West Africa.
Zanji trade.
That's where you had the Indian Ocean Arab slave trade.
Right. Eastern slave
Okay,
trade. Yeah.
yeah. But remember the European slave trade, whereby you had the Portuguese, the British, and all that in the west of Africa, had already existed for over 500 years.
Hmm.
So this is the history that a lot of African Americans don't really understand. And at the same time,
What do African Americans say that that don't understand? That's what I'm getting confused.
uh, you see, I'll tell you very well because a lot of African Americans and Americans in general, let me not call them African Americans, let me
Hmm.
say Americans. Americans have a problem with geography, and that's a fact. That's a fact because I've spent a lot of time in America. I spent years in America, okay? And when I was in
I'm gonna be honest.
America,
He ain't lying about that one, y'all. He ain't lying about that one. Americans like if when they did a study, Americans like failed geography. Like we're really bad.
geography,
Yeah.
yes, and that's on purpose because American education is designed to miseducate. That's a fact. I'll tell you that for free.
I'm really good at geography, but I don't know about the
Yeah,
rest of America.
yeah. To be honest, the rest of America is a because you would meet an American, yeah, and you will tell them where you're from in Africa, and they'll be asking, "Oh, is that in Asia?" Oh, come on. I'm African, but I can name 50 states in America. I can name all the 50 states in America with their capitals, but they can only name a capital city in Africa or even Asia or South America. That tells you that there's something wrong with their education system. You get what I mean?
Yeah,
My
but I'm
point.
trying to tie it all in, man. I feel like you're all over the place, to be honest.
No, 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 no. With all this is being taught, my urge and what I'm trying to like press in is I would try and tell especially African Americans, because I'm looting for my people. You understand what I mean? I'm looting for black people because we need to get it right. I would urge them to try and teach themselves about geography and African countries and culture and the specific geographical regions where they are. And that's how they will start understanding history. Because remember, uh, every people that were taken out of Africa, they came from a very specific region. And if you go back to genetics, you can actually trace that. You can trace that a lot of the people or a lot of black people who are in Brazil came from the
We,
southern part of Africa.
Bill, I'll be honest with you. You've said a lot of things we already know. I think you need to understand that African Americans know all the stuff you're talking about.
No,
We
no.
know. We know we're bad at geography. We
Do
know
you
that we're
think
being
so?
miseducated.
Do you
We
think
know
so? Do
that
you think
there's
so?
thousands of ethnicities in Africa. We know all this stuff.
Very few people. Because I'll be honest with you, I even studied in America. I spent about 7 years in America. And every person that I ever came across with, and I was telling them I'm African, and I gave them the specific place where I came from, they could not even pinpoint it on a map. They could not do that.
I don't
You
know.
understand me?
Were you in the back of a really short bus?
Uh, I don't, I'm not demeaning. No, I'm not demeaning. I'm not demeaning African Americans or Americans at all.
No, I'm just saying those on that bus might be the people that you don't want to, compare Americans to. They might just be a special kind of American.
Yeah, I was gonna say technically within your life, science says that you're only gonna interact with up to 40,000 to maybe 80,000 people, and that is only just a small drop of any population anywhere. So to base the entire community off of the very small minority of people you actually can meet within 70 days of being in America, I think it might not be your best bet to compare that to the maybe about 18% of the population of black people here. Like that's millions of people, I just say. So I don't think that's a good comparison, but I also want you to realize too, if you see how misconstrued our systems are and our education systems are, you have to realize we can't change that. We are the small group with no power, and then also we are just trying to focus on surviving. Most of us, the median average income for a black household in America is, I bet you can't even guess. It's like no more than $10,000. Like, baby, you think you can live on a year in America with less than $10,000, and you got kids, and you got a spouse? Cause let's be real, a lot of people have children. Like they can't focus on, well, let me try to educate this and that. They're just trying to live in a system that they didn't create just to survive. So it's kind of hard to do that. Like people try to do what they can in their daily life. If it's not just, standing up to injustice and discrimination in their workplace, but it's really hard to do what you're asking us to do. Like, but to compare those very small anomaly of people who didn't know geography that you interacted with, like you can't say that's everybody because it's not.
No,
You're
no, but
obviously
on the
speaking
same
to a
time,
lot of intelligent African Americans right
okay,
now.
okay,
We know
okay.
geography.
I understand. I understand that, but can I ask you, do you think the education system in America is actually divided? Is it divided? Do you think that the quality of education that African Americans get in their schools is the same that they get in, uh, like I would say, the predominant white society?
You said, but see, this is the thing. You said African Americans get in their school, and I would challenge you to say there are no African American schools in America.
Okay, okay, I understand that, but the like let's say let's take the east coast of America, whereby you have a lot of black people within the East Coast of America. That's a fact, right? Okay. So let's take Atlanta, Georgia. So do you think like I know Atlanta, Georgia has got high quality education system within the high leagues of universities, okay? But do you think like if you go to high school education system that they have, do you think is up to the level compared to other like predominantly sections of the country whereby it's predominantly white people? Do you think it's the same level of education or the same quality of education?
Are you asking me if HBCUs and PWIs have the same? PWI is a predominantly white institution, and HBCU is a historically black college or university. So are you asking me if it's the same level of education?
It's pretty much the same.
Yeah,
Right?
it
It's
is.
pretty much the same. But
Pretty much.
I'm talking about, yeah, that's a high level. And they select because you have to
No,
qualify
it's
to
the
go there.
same. It's the same.
No, you have to qualify to get there. Remember that.
You have to qualify to get to a HBCU as well.
Yeah. Okay. But if you were to go to other sections of the country, do you think other educational institutions do provide the same quality of education, whereby you have neighborhoods which are predominantly black communities? Do they give the same quality of education?
No, it's still bad. It's even worse because we have something they don't have. We have the preschool to prison pipeline. And I hate to put it that way, but they are priming us from the ripe old age of any time we're introduced into society, even when we're born. Because we have to fight our way into this world because our mother may be unalived and we may be too during that birth. So it's not even the same. Like, yes, the education is crap all around. I get what you're saying, but it's even worse for us because you ain't even gonna make it to any higher level of education outside of maybe even high school.
But Kay, I don't even know what the point of
That's
all this
that's
is.
what I'm wondering. I'm like, what are you
Like,
trying to say?
Bills, this conversation ain't going nowhere. I hear you, but we gotta go to the next guest because we.
It's all right. So I'll give a chance to the next person because my point was if African Americans could get a chance to move to Africa. When you move to Africa, nobody sees you as an African American because you look just like everybody around you. You understand me? And people will actually know you as a foreigner when you have a conversation with them. You get what I mean? And nobody's gonna treat you differently because you don't speak like them. So my emphasis is if if African Americans could find their way to Africa, you understand me? And we've got educated people, we could try and create a society.
All right, I ain't mad at y'all, man. Everybody in the comments are begging to go to the next person. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I don't know. That conversation wasn't going nowhere. We talking about the topics up here, y'all. Let's get back to the topics. We've been derailed, told we wasn't African. Shout out to everybody that's still with us from earlier. Let's get back to the topics. Let me do the questions real quick. Hold on, my wife blowing her nose. Sound like a little elephant. All right, so does pro-Palestine equal pro-black? That's the question. Does being pro-Palestine equal pro-black? A lot of people want to bring up Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael, Angela Davis, Huey P. Newton when we talk about pro-Palestine. But when we say we are pro-Palestine as black people, is that something that prioritizes with our actions and values the best interests of building within our community? Is being pro-Palestine automatically a pro-black endeavor, or is it an anti-racist, anti-colonial, anti-imperialist endeavor that black people also suffer from those same oppressions? However, should it be our focus? Should it be something we focus on? Let's talk about that. Can non-black people be pro-black? Some of y'all think that because you like mayonnaise on your sandwiches, that you can put raisins in our potato salad at the cookout. We don't want it, but some of y'all will come up here and argue this for sure. So if you feel like you know that special Hellman's hooligan in your life, then come on up and talk about it. Can interracial marriage benefit the Black community? Does does us marrying outside of our community benefit our community? What progress does it bring? Does it contribute in any way to our liberation or what we would like to build in our community? Let's talk about that. All right. The next guest, natural hair. Give us your age, race, and your pronouns, please.
My name is, I am her and she, and my race is Black.
All right, talk to us.
With a little island in it. So, I was gonna say this because I heard you talking about the I was gonna say this because I know some people were coming here like saying what they think about Black people and how they're treating us in America. Well, I want to say is I'm a mom, right? And I have a kid that is special needs. And I do agree with you guys on here about what's going on with Black people in this country and how we've been, brought here with our own will and we didn't want to come here. But I personally feel like what happened to my kid, they try to kill Black people.
Say unalive.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Unalive. My bad. Unalive. Sorry. So they trying to unalive, Black people. And it was during the time when COVID just hit the state I'm in right now, when it just hit and everybody's going crazy. And there was some other parents that wasn't Black that their kids got messed up too and got, I don't know if they're trying to unalive them, but they got messed up. And it was a very sensitive situation for me because I'm a first-time mom and I didn't expect it was going to happen to me. But lucky I was an observant, detailed person that throughout the whole pregnancy from beginning to end, and even going to the hospital, that I saw everything they done. And I messed up my child. And I honestly I don't think my child's supposed to be that, and my child is Black. And not only that, I feel like too, there was a man at this court place I went to who was white. White T people, WT people, and he basically yelled at me while he was at work. It's happened November 30th this year, and he was on a clock and he said, "Get the fuck out of here if I get somebody for you." And I'm like, yo, these people out here in this state is tripping. Like they really think they can talk to me like that. And the boss was Black. And it was her, I guess his supervisor, but I didn't know. I thought it was like a regular employee. And the guy was working in the lobby in the court thing. And now I have to sue these people. I don't know what I have to do, but somebody said I can't do that. But this man yelled at me, and his boss or his supervisor is Black. And then on top of that, there was another situation that happened.
Okay, before you go into the next situation, sister, I'm sorry to hear that happened to you.
Yeah, so
we got topics up here, and there's people down there that would love to talk about these topics. And
I
people
just
keep
want to
coming
point
up
that
telling
out.
stories.
Okay. But
I'm trying to bring it back. Yeah, please.
Okay, I see. Because I didn't have a chance to what I had to say about certain things, and everybody was coming on here saying random stuff.
Right.
But I do feel like I don't agree. Like when the topic is about the pro thing, I can't really talk too much about Palestine. But I don't agree with the interracial stuff though, because I feel like in a way it is gonna affect us down the line. Because what if one day there's no more Black people? Because everybody's mixing up, everybody thinks it's fine. Like that could happen because if every Black person from both genders, opposite genders, have kids with all these white people and Hispanic, whatever they have kids with, and then eventually their kids want to mix with them other races, and then before you know it, they ain't nobody that's Black anymore.
That can't happen.
No, you don't think so?
No, that's not
impossible.
gonna. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
That's impossible.
Because I feel like it's gonna take 10 years to get back to that, to having Black
10
people.
years. What are you talking about?
Like, because I'm just trying to go based on what people say, but I remember this guy told me a few years ago that it takes about, I think, 10 decades or 10 years to have it back to having a full black person again, because everybody wants to mix up with people. And I think also, I don't really think we're supposed to be mixing with people. I think it's somewhere in the Bible saying we're not supposed to mix
Oh
with
boy, not the
Oh,
Bible.
No, I just heard that too in the Bible, but I know
Man, yeah, the Bible ain't. Come on now.
it's
You know what I'm
actually
saying?
the complete opposite. They in fear that there will be no more YT people here in a little bit. That's why they're thinking
really.
if we keep no, they really are. They're like there are going to be none of us left. That's why they're lining up different minority groups to get them in the position that they're in, right? Like for what you said that you think the black people are going to disappear is actually the people think they're going to disappear. Because think about like you think that because someone mixes with our genetics, they become less black, babe. They become black. We're the dominant genetics. We take over. Like it's you're black. Phenotypically, like you will present too, even if like you're saying these generations of people that do these cycles, like that's that's not gonna work. They
You
still
know
don't even
what I
see you.
think
They
of?
don't see
No,
you as YT.
you
They
know I
don't.
think of that because there's other lot of reasons I feel or think why that would happen, because one, it's making it think like is I know nobody's promoting it and stuff. Besides, I see on social media they post like celebrities that been broke up, and this one black lady and this one white man, that celebrity was together and they got divorced.
What country is that celebrity in?
No, I'm just giving examples what I see on social
I
media.
know. In your example, is this an African celebrity?
No, like a black person that's born in this country.
All right, a black
And
person
it'll
born in
be
America.
Africans too.
Are you talking about America?
Yeah, like you'll see celebrities be with other like
Right. Now, in America, who makes up most of the country?
well,
It's 200 million
I
Taylor
mean,
Swifties. It's 200 million people that think Taylor Swift is the new Michael Jackson.
oh my
You know what
god.
I'm saying?
Oh,
200 million of
that's
them.
crazy.
So what I'm trying to say is, um, the majority is
Okay.
going to have that perception and that propaganda put into their media. However, we have the youngest population on earth,
Okay.
so that's not going to happen because we outnumber them by a lot, like a whole lot. Like,
But let me tell you why I feel
yeah.
like it is. That's one of them. Promote. Okay, I'll say. One of them is using celebrities. One is using maybe famous people on social media like YouTube. You know, the other one could be like regular person you see off the street. Like you don't know them, they holding hand. I just saw. I'm an example. I was just at the train and I just saw a black man holding hand to the white lady
But
today.
see, that's because you're in a place where there's 200 million
No, no.
pumpkin
I'm
spice
in a black
latte
state.
drinking, scone eating,
No, I'm in a black state.
mayonnaise on a Wonder Bread.
No,
Sipping. Nah,
no,
man ain't sipping.
I'm in a
Look.
black. No, I'm in a black state.
What?
I'm in a black state. This is a
There
black
ain't no
state.
such thing as no black state. What are
Yes,
you
it
talking
is. The
about?
state I'm in is black
Nah.
people. I'm not saying
There
there's
ain't
no
no
other
black
races.
state. Ain't no such thing as a black state. Unless you in Africa, there ain't no such thing as a black state.
No,
Yeah, I can give
nigga.
you a white tea state. The
No,
white
like
tea
that
state
state
is
is a
Virginia.
black people. Is
What?
majority is black people. Now there's other races, but
There
it's
is
black
no
people.
state that is majority black people.
What about Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
My wife is from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Philadelphia is black, but that's not a black state. Pennsylvania is majority white.
Well, I don't know what the hell, whatever. But okay. So
There
yeah, so
can
I
be
feel that.
places where the black population is larger, but it's never the majority. Like for real. Like they try to give you this trick that Chicago has the worst crime like unalive capital, right? But really
Okay.
it's proportional to their population. They have a lot of people that live there. Like think
Okay.
about it.
Well, I don't know then, but
Well,
I'm
we
thinking
know we're
about it.
just
I
trying
don't
to
know.
help you. We're just trying to help
No,
you,
I
you
hear
know.
what y'all saying, but I'm just going based on like I'm in the state and I know there is a lot of black people, and they were telling me, yeah, this is a black state. A lot of the people that live here tell me this is a black
No,
state.
they were lying to you, ma'am.
No, they
There's no
say
such
like they
thing.
know what they're talking about.
It's a YT state. Like they can tell you how much the population is so white that there's
Wait,
like
okay, if
minimal
that's the
black
case,
people.
if Philadelphia is a YT state, then why they're trying to get, which I already know the answer because
No, I'm saying that there are states that are
why,
YT. Like there's no such thing as a state that's like just
wait,
black.
then why, I don't know if you know this information, but why are they trying to get all the black owners who own houses in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania to leave? They will say, hey, you want this $50,000? We'll give it to you now if you sell us your house. And then they like, okay, they trick them and they like, I'll take it. It's a lot of money. Oh, thank you. And then when they come back to get it, like, no, we own this bitch. We
It's
own it.
called
Yeah, but
gentrification,
it's
And that's
sweetheart.
what's going on
It's
right now.
called gentrification,
No, I know
and
about
yes.
that, but I already knew that information. I know it's confidential, but I'm just saying that is what they do. That because they know it's too much black people here.
Yeah, but that is
They
not considered really a black state because black people
Mm-mm.
don't run it. Where's the currency coming out? Where the economics?
But
So
that's what they're doing right now. They're trying to get all of these black owners to leave. They want to build all white states so they can go. They're raising up the price in Philly. They're telling you leave. We're gonna give you this money. We're taking your house. And then when they say, "Oh, I think it's great money. It's such a lot of money. I'll take it." Then when they come back and claim it, no, you gave it to us. Thank you. Even though they own the black person owned it first. They gave it up. Say, here you go. I'll sign it. You can have it. I'll take your money. And then they said, no, I want to come back. Oh no, it's mine now. It's not yours. And then they're doing
yeah,
it
but they've
right
been doing
now.
that for a while. They've been doing that for a while. That's not new. They were doing that during the Gulf Wars and what have you. This
They said
that's
they
not
started that
nothing new.
now. They said they
Maybe
started
probably
now.
the majority of cities they're doing it. The major the major metropolitan areas. It's probably more prevalent, but they've been doing that, sweetheart. That's not new. They were putting up highways displacing black people, especially during the civil rights. That's where you had a lot of that fighting.
Well,
They
that's
were
what's
taking
happening
people's
right
land.
now.
I mean, they'll do anything to stay in power. They'll drown people. I mean, it's not a lot of this
No,
stuff
I'm
is
talking
just
about what's going on in 2023.
yeah.
Oh,
It's
they
not
they
new.
still doing that.
It's
2022.
not new, sweetheart. It's not new. Is what the point I was trying to make.
No,
It's
I
just
know
not.
you're saying that, but I'm just saying what's going on right now, not back then where you're saying.
No, it's going on now too. That's what she's trying to say.
Thank you.
No, but she's
It's
talking about the year of black then what that was, but I'm talking about currently.
Yeah, people are missing
People are
right now
noticing.
here in my state. There have been a lot of, and they always throw up Chicago. That's my hometown. I'm still here.
Okay.
Um, there's a lot of stuff going on that's mysterious goings on with Black people. It's not just the murder
Okay.
capital. We're worried about where a lot of these murders are coming from because a lot of them they never have anybody in custody. You hear that a lot. If you watch it now, we have the internet. You can literally type in Chicago
Okay.
news and watch a lot of the rhetoric that's going on with the media. But I wanted to
Mhm.
really chime in on this Palestinian thing. I had no idea that was his wife. I really haven't been keeping up with him at first. And I've been really on the fence with Cornell, man, because I really wanted to like the brother, but something in me, and this is, I tell you about, what do you call that, discernment. Something in me wouldn't completely allow me to go all in with him. And I guess it's his historical record. There's a
She
video of him.
Palestinian.
There's a video of him years back with Sister Soldier, and he was getting into it with her. Remember that? You can look it up on YouTube. He was getting into it with Sister Soldier. I felt that energy was off, but I'm just like,
I gotta see
y-
that one.
you with this, yeah. It was like he was. I don't know. The energy just felt weird to me. Maybe it's just me, but this right here,
Yeah.
and she looks
I
young as
didn't
I
think
All
don't
right.
know
what to
So
what.
say.
so the thing is,
I didn't
what
think
I
what to
highlight
say.
a lot on my platform is the difference, and I do this for the brothers and sisters, because we need to know. Like even sometimes I'll ask on the questions like, can pumpkin spice latte drinkers be pro-black? You know what I'm saying? Like I'll ask because not for them, but for
Hmm.
us, because a lot of us don't know the difference between pro-black and anti-racist. You know what I'm
Mm.
Hmm.
saying? So
Okay.
the two can work hand in hand, but pro-blackness is prioritizing one's actions and values with what's in the best interest of building
Of the
within the
group.
black community.
Right.
So
And I just don't see it. this is the problem I have. This is the problem I have. Because we know we've had peoples, and you mentioned it earlier, some of our people in the past who have genetically differentiated genes, like Malcolm. We know Malcolm's mother was, I believe she was a mulatto or a white woman, right? Correct. So, I mean,
Malcolm's mother was a
Can I
mixed
finish what I had to say? Because I
black woman.
didn't really finish it. She interrupted
Oh,
me.
okay. All right.
oh,
Hold on, Aura. Yeah,
all
hold
right.
on. Go ahead, Natural. My bad.
I want to continue saying why I think interracial is not good, or what the reason is, because I know you put the question up there. Also, it has something to do with celebrities, regular people, and like some YouTuber that you saw that was all talked about, like that one couple I saw, the African black woman that was from Africa, and she came in America at a young age, and then she married as a white. No, not America. Australia, not in America. It's Australia, and she met this Australian man, white man, and she had a baby with him. And then they were the first interracial couple that started on YouTube, and then they put their whole relationship on there. And then now they divorced and this, and then now it's over. And then I keep seeing them posted their old picture when they were together on Instagram, like with those interracial, like white in love couple. Those little Instagram pages they be doing, black love and white love and all that stuff, and they keep putting them. And I saw it so many times, like few years ago, and I'm like, these people are not together anymore. They were married, they just got divorced. So why y'all keep promoting these people? Like,
All right, we're gonna move on. Y'all kind of fed up because the person that was talking before her was doing that too. Y'all, we trying to stick with the topics. There's a lot going on. Shout out to me, myself, and I, and Stella. Thank you for the Panther pause. To the last guest, stick around. Feel free to come back up. We got to move on. The brothers and sisters down below sent Panther paws up, so that means we got to kick the guests. Thanks for participating. All right. Before I come back to you, Aura, I got to go to HB. They were waiting next. HB, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
36. I'm from the UK, and I'm
Well, that's not a race.
African Arab.
That's not a race either, but race. Are you a black person?
I'm a brown person.
Okay.
Is that right? I mean,
Yep.
I'm from North Africa, so we're quite mixed there.
You don't have to justify it to me.
Okay. I like the question that you said. Can interracial marriage benefit the black community? I think it just depends. It depends who you marry. It's very important. No, I want to be black, Laura. You're wrong. I dated a French white girl once, and her past relationship was with an African guy, and they had a child.
I thought you said you were African.
I am African, but he was black African. I'm brown African.
Nah, you're not African.
I am definitely African, bro.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am, bro.
You're brown.
Yeah, I'm brown, so I'm African.
No, you're not.
So what's Moroccan then? Where's Morocco?
But you said you brown.
I'm brown, yeah. I'm not considered as black because I don't have curly hair.
Oh, okay. So
You with me?
You need to have curly hair to be black, y'all.
That's what I've been.
This whole time, someone call, I don't know, Alicia Keys. Tell Alicia Keys, tell her she ain't black. She gotta give us, her card is getting revoked. Unfortunately, you gotta have curly hair.
That's what I've been told. That's what I've been told. That's
what he's been told. Now he's justifying it.
No, I'm not justifying nothing. That's what I've been told, bro.
You're brown. You said you're brown. That means you're Asian. So you're not African.
I'm definitely 100% African, bro.
You're not African.
Okay, cool.
Africans are black.
Okay, so my granddad, my mom's side was black, and my dad's side was white. Well, brown. So I've come out brown, but I've been told that because I don't have afro hair, I'm not black. So okay, cool. I'm not black. That's how I grew up in the UK. That's what I've been told in the UK since I was
How
a kid.
convenient.
How is that convenient? How is that convenient?
It's convenient because being black is much worse than being brown. So I would choose brown too.
I would love to say that I'm black. I would love to say that I'm black.
No, you wouldn't, because
yes,
then
I
you
would.
would have
Yes,
to.
I would.
Then you would have to live a different reality.
What reality?
It's
What
more
reality?
convenient. It's more convenient to be brown than black. Trust me.
No.
You don't want to get pulled over by the police.
Trust me when I say it's much more convenient for me to say that I'm black. But because I'm from Morocco,
that is a damn lie.
You're not black.
That's a damn lie. Even in Morocco, anti-blackness exists. You need to stop. Please don't start gaslighting me on this live.
I'm not
like
gaslighting
racism
nothing.
Don't exist worldwide.
Brother,
Nobody's saying, hey, let's go treat brown people worse than black people.
100%.
That don't happen, bro. Stop
100%. Are you from the UK? Are you from the UK?
I don't need to be from anywhere.
Okay, so
to be able to
do you know my
open a
life?
fucking
Do you know my
book
life?
and be a
Do you know
black
my
man.
life?
Don't sit here
Do you know my
and
life?
gaslight me. Don't sit here and gaslight me, sir. I know people from all over the world.
With the greatest of respect.
Anti-blackness exists in the UK.
Yes.
Just as much as it exists in Morocco and in Africa.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
You are not an African if you are not black. So you're either the son of an invader or something else, but you are not black.
So that's why I said I'm brown. Exactly. You've just proved my point.
I know, but you're not African.
How am I not African when my grandma, my whole lineage, Your whole
lineage is from somewhere else. If I shoved your back up your mother and she was a little girl, she'd be from somewhere else, mate.
No,
you're not from Africa,
bro. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing.
Is from
you don't know nothing.
Else, bruv. Shout out to y'all for the Panther Party. Let me tell you right now, Africans are black. We're not doing that. We Bantu African in this live. We are very pro Bantu in this live. Shout out to the Bantu brothers and sisters. We're not doing that. If you are African, then you will be black. That's how it works. If some Africans don't want to consider themselves black, then that is cool. Y'all can just be African. We African with you. But you cannot be brown, Asian, white, and still come up here talking about I'm African. We're not doing that. You're not African. If I move to Asia and have children, does that make my children Asian or are they still black? I'm wondering. If an African moved to anywhere in the world, we have an African children. So that's how that works. You don't just get to move somewhere and claim ancestral ties to that continent. You are still from the continent your ancestors come from, going back 10,000 years. Now, that person, he could have gladly, if he understood, if he understood the assignment, if he understood how race operates, if he understood how genetics and recessive and dominant genes operate, then he would have known he was a black African as well. But he didn't want to claim that. I'm done. I'm not up here forcing people to claim an ancestry that they don't want to claim. We ain't going to start doing that. But you say you brown? Don't claim Africa, bro. Go claim your mother's land. That's what you said you are. All right.
Didn't you just say this like 2 minutes before he came back up here? And then how did he say Arab? Because I'm pretty sure with the people I've spoken with, they don't claim that term because that was created by the oppressor. Like, they really don't even a race. They don't really even claim it. Like, why did he just say that? African Arab. Like, what? What is on your mind, bro? I'm not black though. Like, yeah. I'm brown.
And Arab is,
you know what it is?
Arab, oh, go ahead, brother.
A lot of people like come into the live and they see a bunch of Americans and they say, "Oh, I can lie about the UK and the nature of things in the UK." North Africans in the UK are hella racist, hella anti-blackness in the Moroccan community in the UK. I don't know. What does he think? Does he think that the UK is vastly different from anywhere else in the West? No, there's still the same racial pyramid. It's just like it's just hilarious, and like to act like Morocco. The history of Morocco tells a story of anti-blackness because the people like the Arabs that controlled like the Arabs that colonized Morocco. Like Morocco only had like its Tamazigh only became like which is the native script only got legalized like in 2011. Like these people they had the school they had an Arab dominant culture for years and years and years that suppressed the native African cultures, suppressed the native Tuareg, suppressed the native Amazigh. Like this is well known, and like the Moroccans and the Arabic Moroccans know that they're not black. They know they're not native. That's why they tried to act. That's why they tried and got turned down when they attempted to go for EU membership. That is why they're currently holding thousands and thousands of Africans in internment camps and being paid hundreds of millions by the EU to keep sub-Saharan Africans from coming through Morocco to get to Europe. Like these are people that do not identify. These are people that do not identify with Africa and who oppress the native Africans within their own country. And then to come on here and say, it would be easier for me to be black. No, it wouldn't be. Stop being like. Don't act like we're stupid. Don't act like none of us read. Don't act like none of us are up to date with current affairs. And don't act like nobody else lives in the UK and can't debunk your foolishness. Like, come on, man. It's just
madness.
It's just like people won't just come on here and just say like, yeah, man, I'm an Arab and I don't identify with Africa and my people oppress the native Moroccans. And I'm here to just be disruptive. Just be honest. Just be honest. Because that's what it is.
Yeah. And what's wild too, I mean, as an American, I've experienced anti-blackness from Moroccan people. I worked in music and I was around some of French Montana's people, and I was at a house and this lady who was basically like kind of like cool with them, the whole people. Like it was like her and her kid won't be an artist and all this other stuff. For those of y'all that don't know, I worked in music for 10 years in Hollywood. So she turned to me and she's talking all like, with her white T voice, but then she's talking to other black people that's like around, the other musicians and producers and whatnot. And she's saying the N-word. They all saying the N-word. And I'm like, and this is a woman that looked like Sandra Bullock. Like she looked like Sandra Bullock. Like she looked like straight white T. You feel me? Like, and she's saying the N-word. And then she gonna look at me. I'm looking at them like what's going on right now? And she said, "Oh, I'm Moroccan. We're African." So that's how I already knew that whole Moroccan, I'm African, but I'm not bullshit is not gonna fly, because I done been called the N-word by one of y'all, and I know damn well a white T woman when I see one. So
Brother Legend, I think it's just like I think there's a level of honesty. Like of being honest about your community, like when you're having dialogue with people, like are you a person who's just honest about your community? Because, for example, if you came and said, hey, whatever Nigeria, like if I love you and I'm being honest about my culture, I'll tell you, hey man, Nigerians are kind of homophobic. Like I can't lie to you and pretend to you Nigerians aren't kind of homophobic.
He said
it's just like and if I love you and I care about the truth, I'm gonna be honest with you. Just like for you to come onto a live full of black people and to completely deny the anti-black dynamic within Moroccan culture means you don't even care about the truth. Like you're so invested in the lie and so invested in being disruptive. We're not even talking from a platform of factual reality. Like Morocco, like Moroccan mainstream Moroccan culture, anti-blackness is rife throughout North Africa, rife. So like, what are we talking about when he says, "I'm brown"? You know how easy it would be for me to be black? No,
that's crazy.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's funny because in all my people, like all my lives telling people I want to go to the continent of Africa, y'all ain't heard me say not one time I was going to go to North Africa. And y'all ain't heard me say I think about Kemet, Egypt or whatever, every now and then. But y'all ain't never once heard me sit up here talking about I'm going nowhere in North Africa. I'm good on all of that. I'm trying to see my people. I'm trying to see people that got me and my wife's face. I'm good. I really want to feel that love before I go anywhere North Africa.
Legend. I think a lot of people don't know. Like, I don't know if a lot of people know the history, but North Africa. So like the Libya, Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, these places, they had significant demographic change and cultural change after like the Arab invasion of the 7th century. So what happened is after Prophet Muhammad died, his successors and with the Rashidun Caliphate expanded very rapidly into the near Middle East and into North Africa, establishing dominance over places like Egypt and Algeria, etc., etc., etc. And like these these Arab colonialists have what dominated these countries up until very recently and had suppressed the native Tuareg, suppressed the native Coptic, suppressed the native Amazigh. Like these things happened. And like these are countries like in Algeria, it's only 2014 they decriminalized Amazigh and allowed it back into the education system. These are very recent. It's only very recent decolonization pushes that have pushed for more native African kind of ideals within these countries. And like places like Egypt, like when you look at Egypt, look at what Egypt says. Egypt is what it says on its tin. Egypt is the Arab Republic.
I know that blows my mind when I hear that.
So it's important to understand that like it's the Arab Republic of Egypt. So they're telling you like this is conquered land because like it's telling you on the tin that it's conquered land.
It's
because
in the name.
Arabs aren't native to Egypt. They're not from like Arabia is nowhere near. Is a whole entire peninsula away from Egypt. It's not even on the same continent. Like
crazy.
What you just have to ask yourself, like of course, like Egypt for one has always been a strategic location. So because it's the corridor between Asia, Europe, and Africa, and because the flooding of the Nile makes sure that there is consistent fertile lands to farm in every single year that you can rely on, that means that it's always been highly sought after land in terms of geopolitical and military kind of location, and it's always been a great farming location. And like if you look at like the current Egypt today is not the successor of ancient Egypt. The current Egypt today is the successor of the Rashidun Caliphate, and it's important to understand. Like the modern Egypt has nothing to do with ancient Egyptians. So when like even like the Egyptian civilizations didn't started in Upper Egypt, which is geographically southern Egypt. It started on the border of Nubia. It didn't start on the border facing towards like Arabia. And like when you think about the things that you associate with ancient Egypt. So if you look at pyramids, they don't have pyramids in Arabia. There's no pyramids in Arabia. Where are there pyramids? In Nubia. If you think about what do you associate with ancient Egypt, you think about hieroglyphics. They don't have hieroglyphics in Arabia. Where do they have hieroglyphics? In Nubia. Think about mummification, which you identify with Egypt. They don't have mummification in Arabia. They have mummification in Nubia. Egypt is a specifically African civilization that has nothing to do with like the Arab Republic of Egypt, because the Arab Republic of Egypt is a Arab hegemony. It's an Arab hegemony which was established in the 7th century when the successors of Muhammad came and invaded Egypt and many other parts of North Africa. But like a lot of people want you to think that like what's it called again? Ramses and the pharaohs and everybody else who built Egypt all looked like Kim Kardashian. No, they didn't.
Or Katy Perry.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's like I think a lot. I hate when people do that. When people come onto lives, and just lie, and they hope that I hope no one who's local is listening, so I can just lie to these people. I hope it's just American, so I can just lie and make the UK sound like it's some brown utopia. Piss off with that, man.
Yeah. It ain't working here, man. We've been doing this live for about a year now. So I done heard it all, and we done debunked a lot. Y'all might have caught me when I first started doing it, but not anymore. Let me go to Aura. She was waiting. Go ahead, Aura. Talk to us.
Yeah, no, I don't believe being pro-Palestine equates specifically to being pro-black. Um, I do believe they do have a case. They are an oppressed people in their land. However, I do believe, given their dynamic, that she could empathize somewhat with the black um plight, but I don't know if you can be completely pro-black because it's our cause, our struggle is so wide, right? And so long. I don't know if I think there can be some level of camaraderie, but to be in this skin is very different. Very, very different. And that is the struggle with our people. You know, I can't I'm not racially ambiguous in any shape or form. When you see me, you see a black woman. When I'm harassed, whether it been in my youth or now, it's because I'm a black woman. I'm an African black woman. So yeah, I do wrestle a little bit with the interracial because I don't know if you've seen so many. I guess you have to look on a case by case basis. You have to judge people by their fruit, not by what they say. It's
What
what they
fruit has
do.
interracial marriage benefited the black community? What fruit have we got? How about this? I'll put it to you in a metaphor. I'll put it to you in a metaphor. I take a woman from her house. She's sitting peacefully. I kidnap her. I'm trying to be careful on this TikTok. I
Right.
kidnap her from her house, tie her up in my bathroom. And my bathroom is dirty, right? I tie her up in there. I don't feed her. I barely give her any water. And I just leave her there while I go out, do things. Just leave her there while I'm sleeping. Just leave her there. And then, you know, she's been in there for a long time against her will. And I don't do anything to improve her environment. I don't do anything to make her life any easier, make her life any better. But I tell her that from now on, I will allow her to love me. And she says that she loves me. You would say that woman has Stockholm syndrome. These people took our ancestors from their land, brought us here, made us work, didn't do anything to stop gentrification, gerrymandering, disenfranchisement, unemployment in our communities, didn't do anything to stop the unaliving of our young boys and police brutality, the prison industrial complex. Our votes really don't mean shit. And our women are getting unalived, even giving birth to our children. They're not getting fair medical treatment. And the men can't even live past 65. They don't do nothing else, but they do to make sure they do one thing. When we start talking about black power and black unity, they made sure in 1967 to make laws that we didn't vote for, we didn't march for. They make a law to say that we can love them. And then we
Well, when you put it like that, you went silent for a minute. I went through this with my daughter. Me and my daughter, that's a funny thing because me and my daughter were just discussing this very topic. And I said, I don't know, is it within all their power and capability if they did? And then how many, and then I would have to look at the numbers. How many of them really have been, in the struggle to fight? I know I saw a lot of hoopla over George Floyd. I mean, the fact that we even have a George Floyd is problematic. Like you said, nobody was,
but we
we
loving
get
them
all these
already.
guns. Huh?
We still having George Floyd's, but we already in love. We
Right,
infatuated.
right. And like we're talking about the Crown Act, and I'm just like, okay, where is all that for us? The things that's going on, even when you're watching it now with the Congo, I've never seen them go that hard for us. Where they're like, you even got companies now, right? Saying we're not gonna sell it because we're not gonna do business with you because of what's going on with Palestine. And you got people on the other end. We're gonna give Israel all this money, and I'm like, where is all this for us? So yeah, I do. I wrestle with that because I'm, you know, I like my people. I love my
We
people,
didn't march
and
for it.
when I see this, I'm conflicted because I'm just like, okay, if you really love us,
They don't love
where's
us. It's
right?
cognitive dissonance that's going on right now. Cognitive
Yeah,
dissonance. It's Stockholm syndrome. Cognitive dissonance is when you know something, you know it for sure, right? Like
yeah,
right now, I don't know. An example would be I know I'm on live, but
yeah,
if I just, I don't know, kept telling myself, even though I'm on live and I know I'm on live, I'm gonna sit here and I don't know, just fart and do what I would do if I wasn't on live. Like, you know what I'm
right.
saying? Like,
Yeah,
my actions, even though I know I'm on live, is like I'm not acting on that information. The separation of what you know and how you act is cognitive dissonance, and it's
yeah,
something that's deep in our community. We did not march because we wanted to be able to marry them. There has been
right.
unconsensual lovemaking between us and them for hundreds of years. We were not running back into their arms. They, after bringing us here against our will, decided for us that they would welcome themselves into our communities because they want to make sure that we feel welcomed by the dominant power structure that's already in place instead of unifying and creating our own dominant power structure within our communities. Black power. As soon as we started talking about black power, they had an answer for that. And what did they do? They started taking power from our black men that are high earners, high achieving, the ones that the basketball players and entertainers that they're giving millions of dollars to. They make
Yeah,
sure that they nab them up because they don't want that power leaving their community and coming back to our community. So it has been intentionally designed, not to say that there's some mastermind at work, because that's the thing.
yeah,
I want to give them more credit than people, because people think, oh, because I'm saying this, oh, they mastermind some system. If
yeah,
a zombie were walking into your house and it was coming to bite you, and you had nothing but a pillowcase and a coffee mug, you would figure out how to keep that zombie off of you.
right.
And that is how white supremacy works. It's not that they're geniuses and they plan this whole thing out. It's just that they make sure every move they make is going to keep the thing that they deem a threat back. So it's not that, they sit down and have a whole plan. It's just that when they pass a law, they know that that law is going to make sure that that zombie don't get to them. They're going to make sure that, no. We want to make sure that, you know what? We'll pass the law. We'll say it was a change of heart. And now we're going to allow ourselves to marry into their communities to make them feel more included, because right now they're talking about making their own form of power. They're feeding themselves. Fred Hampton, the 10-point program, there was a lot
Yeah,
going on in our communities when they passed that law, Loving versus Virginia. So, and Loving versus
yeah,
Virginia, by the way, was a white T man that wanted to marry a sister.
yeah. I
So,
saw that. I
again,
saw
right, it wasn't us. It was that white T man that decided he was going to be allowed to marry one of us.
Brother, I always say that like Loving versus Virginia is not about us, because when else in the American history has America handed a right to black people? When for free? That's the only social right in American history that black people have just been given for free. They didn't have to fight for it. We didn't have to march for it. We didn't have to lobby. We just got it for free.
that.
And
Right.
Loving Virginia
Well,
is
some
about
people
us.
would disagree. Some people would say the civil rights was about integration.
But
I kind of wonder about what you're saying because no, I'm not saying I
We never
disagree
had
because
integration,
wait.
sister. That's not
no,
Regardless,
because
integration.
the way I learned it was Malcolm. I mean, not Malcolm. I'm sorry. Martin initially went to go help the garbage workers, and for years that was the story as a child. And somewhere along the line, it became about something else.
I think that
Desegregation is not integration.
what they were marching
Sanitation.
for,
I'm sorry, sanitation.
what they were marching for in the 60s and 70s is not necessarily what we got in terms of the consequences of the Civil Rights Act. So what we got functionally in terms of like the integration is not necessarily what people were marching and protesting for. People were protesting for equal social rights. People were preaching or were marching for like the end of the poll tax, which was creating systematic barriers for people to vote in the South, and freedom of suffrage. Like people were marching against police brutality because many people had been beaten and killed, and the civil rights movement was actually it became a national movement largely in part because of it was sparked by and what's it called again, and what's the word I'm looking for? It was inspired by Emmett Till's death. So a lot of the social things that like were going on at the time were like really, it was about freedom and like freedom and being safe. It was not necessarily about integration. What they like?
No, I know, but I'm saying somewhere along the line, as I said earlier, it became that.
Oh yeah, that's because obviously freedom to the oppressor's mind went into one ear, came in as freedom, came out as integration. So yeah,
Right.
it's to be expected. But I just think it tells a story that loving versus Virginia is the only time black people have been that just handed a social right, and loving versus Virginia was specifically a white man looking to marry his black woman. I think those are very important dynamics when you're looking at Loving versus Virginia, who it was for, where the push was for, and how it was possible in the 60s when black people had to fight had to fight and protest and lose their lives for social rights just 3 years earlier. But Loving versus Virginia happened to just peacefully able to go through the courts and systematically change everything. How? Who is it for? Because it wasn't for us. It wasn't us that pushed for it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm basically saying, that I know from what I learned as a child that it was about these other things, but I'm trying to remember when it turned into something else, because I really wanted to believe that these things
I
were
don't know
going to
what you mean by
benefit black
something
people.
else. Because the thing is, you said integration.
Yeah.
Integration never happened. Desegregation is not the same thing as integration. Desegregation is what we got. We got desegregated, so that means they just kind of let the pieces fall where they lay. They didn't integrate us into the system. Honestly, I don't feel like we wanted to get integrated into that system in the first place.
No, because it didn't benefit us. It still hasn't benefited us. In fact, it actually probably was the worst thing we could have had happen.
Right. And another thing is, brother is right when he's saying that that's a right we didn't ask for, but it's something that we got anyway. We never said, you never heard Martin Luther King say, "I have a dream that one day, I'm gonna have a snow bunny wife and be able to do what I wanted." Like, you never heard any of that. Like, that wasn't part of his dream. So you got to look at Emmett Till, and you gotta like realize that at one point in America, a brother would be turned into a tree ornament just by looking at a white tea woman, right? That's what the system did. And then all of a sudden there's a change of heart, and they're making it legal. So the same system that would unalive you for doing something has now changed their mind. And now, you see what I'm saying? Like, that should let you know something ain't right about that, right? Like, that's something ain't right about that. Like, if somebody,
So we know the end result. What do we think, or what should we know that happened along all this time that we could have changed or affected it? Because from what I see, the leaders that we've had are gone. The people that were really in the fight, willing to put their lives on the line, willing to put their whole bodies on the line, are gone. You're seeing people
they're
who
not
are
gone.
integrated
It's just you looking
fully,
in the
who
wrong
are trying
direction.
to integrate fully.
Looking in the wrong direction. We're
Yeah, I
not
ain't
trying to
gone.
integrate. We are not trying to integrate, sister. We trying to see. That's why I was trying to say it earlier, but you cut me off.
I said the difference
Okay.
between pro-black and anti-racist. You are talking about anti-racism right now. Anti-racism focus on a white problem that affects black communities called racism. That is something that they prefer us do, is focus on a problem in their communities instead of focusing on building outside of them. They prefer to be at the center of our discussions. So when we talk about anti-racism, when we talk about inclusion, we only have to do that because we live in a land that is not built for and by, well, it's built by, but not for black people. So that being the case, anti-racism is great fight. I wish everyone, all the anti-racists, the best. But if you look at Africa, you look at where the fight is really going down right now. If you want to know some names, look up Ibrahim Traore, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso. If you want to look up,
Yeah, I know about Burkina. I know
okay,
about Burkina. Yeah,
all right,
I know
Niger,
about Burkina.
Mali, Burkina Faso, and look up Julius Malema, South Africa. There's a whole revolution taking place in Africa, and the reason I tell you to
Yeah,
look
I
there
know about
is
Malema.
because
That's Winnie's guy. He studied under the tutelage of Winnie Mandela,
right. Okay,
who was
so you know all of that, and you saying they not here. What I'm trying to say is those brothers are pro-black, and so the reason you saying
when I
all the
said
leaders are
that,
gone,
I meant in a collective, like, I don't know what is the solution because we can't keep marching anymore.
they are the solution. We see that's the thing. You're trying to march for better conditions on the plantation, and I'm trying to tell you, we will be free when Africa is free. That's how that works. It
No,
starts at
I
the
said
head.
we don't need to march. Marching don't work. That's not what I
No,
said. I didn't
marching
say I
don't
want
work.
to
What?
march.
Focusing your efforts on supporting Africa as they continue to liberate themselves and their land and their resources. Because if you focus on exactly, someone said right, the fight should be focused on Congo. If we get back to Congo, then oppression for us worldwide will change. So we need to focus on Africa. Chinese people are respected in America because China is respected by America. Israel, small hat people are respected in America because Israel does business and is respected by America. Japan, India, all of these other places are respected in America. They can get laws passed faster than your black behind because your black behind don't got a big brother that's doing business with America. America does business at Africa and tells Africa how they going to do it, how they going to give it up. And so the problem is our land, our motherland has been colonized. We need to hope that they get their freedom so that one day when there's police brutality in this country, a Pan-African military is going to be showing up on the shores of New Jersey and New York, and that's going to scare the crap out of America. Or sanctions on minerals like lithium in your phone. Certain sanctions being placed on America will force them to have to pay attention to how they treat Africans in America. So Africa being free frees all of us. It's a domino effect. We keep trying to be free here in America while Africa is still in bondage. That's backwards. That's never going to suit us. We can do it again and again and again, have many civil rights movements, but as long as Africa, and we can vote our asses off, as long as Africa is still in bondage, America is not going to give a damn about us.
Right.
All right, y'all.
Absolutely. I agree.
I gotta go to the next guest. Appreciate you for coming up, Aura. All right. Yeah, Gigi. Give us your age, race, and pronouns. Thank you, sister.
Brother,
yes, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I'm from Syria. I need the help for it, please.
You said what?
I'm from Syria. I need the help for it to my family, please.
Oh, you from Syria? Oh no, y'all anti-black as hell. Nah, man. I'm sorry, we're not doing that. I didn't know what was going on. We're not doing that. What's going on now? That's wild. We are not helping non-black. We are not doing that. No, we ain't helping y'all.
I hate to not even
They
laugh,
wilding out.
like
they wilding out. That was not
it's
happening.
Not, you know, brother legend. It's just fascinating. Isn't there a war in Syria? How is it like? How is it that you have time to like to be focusing on like pro-black like TikTok pages? The fuck? What's going on here?
I don't know what that was. That was never going to happen. That was never gonna happen. Like, I'm that dude that walks right past homeless hueless hooligans. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that. If you don't got no melanin, you know, we ain't doing that. Now if I see a brother and I got something to give, you know what I'm saying, I'm definitely doing that. But nah.
Yeah, he came to the blind looking for an optometrist. That was crazy. Like,
Yeah.
I can't even. I don't know what. Like, and they
But
patiently waited. I'm not even gonna lie. They patiently waited. Like,
I
bruh.
wasn't paying attention. I just seen two people. I thought
No,
there was an interracial couple or something.
no, you didn't.
I
I
don't
saw
know.
from the different like style of the headdress. I was like, oh, I wonder what they about to say. But
Yeah,
that
I
was
don't know what
definitely
that was.
unexpected.
But y'all, I'm about to go. I gotta go. I got things to do. But in the morning, actually in the afternoon, I'll be back up. Appreciate you, Stella. Thank you for all the love today. Thank you for that mini movie earlier. Stella be blessing us with all the gifts. And shout out to me, myself, and I. Thanks for supporting my platform as I continue to spread this Pan-African propaganda. Shout out to Africa Debunked, Sister D that's been here, Black Swan, aka A piece right here, and KK. Appreciate you, sister. Shout out to Alicia. Man, I got so many sisters be holding me down, man. Lovely Rose Petals. Yeah, man, I got some queens holding me down. Keys. I believe your name is pronounced Keys or Queese. I'm not sure, but I appreciate you as well. And follow me on Twitter, y'all. I'm on Twitter now. BIGBROLGND. Oh yeah, shout out to Tia. Appreciate you, sister. Um, all right, so I got some more comments. I'm sorry, some more things I'm putting up on Twitter. I'm gonna be more active on that platform. So you know what I'm saying. If you on Twitter, follow me there. Same username as always. Sales, appreciate you, sister. And then also join us, b1initiative.org. The link is in my bio. b1initiative.org is our Discord. We're going to be reading a book by Isabel Wilkerson called Caste, The Origin of Our Discontents. It's an interesting book about anti-racism and how racism operates as a caste system. If you want to join us for that book club, feel welcome. I'm also going to start doing subscriber-only lives for some of the people, you know, so maybe we can have more intimate conversations. You know, just talk about some things other than these topics. But we do talk about these topics in the Discord if you want to join us. B1initiative.org. Also, donate to the Congo. Brothers and sisters in the Congo make that get the minerals. Shout out to Sister E. Appreciate the gifts. The minerals that's in your phone, lithium, comes from coltan and cobalt. I'm not sure which one, but those minerals come from Africa. They were small, starving children that work in these mines without equipment. Donate to them. Link in my bio. Free AT. Appreciate you putting hashtag free Haiti and Canala Pop Campe. Stand in solidarity with y'all. All right, man. I'm out. I think D might be asleep. D, you here? D probably sleep. All right, y'all. Hop in
Thank
the
you.
tub. Yep, hop in the tub before you hop in Black Business. Appreciate y'all again, man. Peace.